Hall, I'm John Scott. The vote counting continues in the race for governor in California. The election was Tuesday. Still no final tally. Republican Steve Hilton and Democrat Javier Becerra remain the two top vote getters. Meanwhile, there's more trouble in Arizona.
In Arizona's sprawling fake electors case, Attorney General Chris Mays is headed back to the drawing board, or rather back to a grand jury. Her office says they will try and re-prosecute after the Arizona Supreme Court denied her appeal of a lower court ruling. The Phoenix judge concluded that the first grand jury hadn't been shown the text of the Electoral Count Act, a 19th century law cited by defendants that governs the certification of presidential contests. 18 people were indicted for fraud, forgery, and conspiracy over efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. Among them were Mark Meadows, Rudy Giuliani, other Trump aides, and some prominent Arizona Republicans. I'm Jennifer King.
Sanctions imposed on Cuba's president by the Trump administration. Lisa Dwyer with that report.
The United States has imposed sanctions on Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel, along with 4 other individuals, including Alejandro Castro Espín, the son of former President Raul Castro. Trump has ratcheted up talk of a regime change in Cuba after pledging to conduct a friendly takeover of the country if its leadership did not open its economy to American investment and kick out U.S. adversaries. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said Trump's preference is to reach a deal with the island's socialist leadership. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Former Trump administration National Security Advisor John Bolton has agreed to plead guilty to a single count of retaining classified information under a deal with the Justice Department that could allow him to avoid prison time. Under the agreement, Bolton would also face a $2.25 million fine. More on these stories from townhall.com.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
It's been a tough Saturday on the lake. I ordered swim trunks in this orange cream color, but it's actually more orange auburn. Oh, and it's swimwear. I probably can't even return these.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
Television and movie actors voting to ratify a 4-year contract with studios and streaming services. This comes after union leaders negotiated protections against synthetic actors created by artificial intelligence. The ratification was widely expected. The new deal for 4 years instead of the usual 3. The countdown of the nation's 250th birthday is on. Celebrations will include dazzling pyrotechnics and an Ultimate Fighting Championship fight on the White House lawn.
Officials are also planning a massive 16-day Great American State Fair and a ball drop in Times Square, while President Trump teased that the UFC arena under construction could be permanent. He said maybe we'll never, ever take it down. The president suggested canceling the State Fair concert after many artists pulled out, including Milli Vanilli, the Commodores, and Bret Michaels of Poison. Vanilla Ice, however, said that he is super honored to perform. Bernie Bennett, Washington.
News and analysis at townhall.com. A legendary football coach lending support to a college sports bill as 2 major conferences push back.
Former Alabama football coach Nick Saban has testified in support of a bipartisan bill to overhaul college athletics. Saban told the Senate Commerce Committee Wednesday that it's time to, quote, tap the brakes, end quote, on a system where players can increasingly earn millions of dollars while moving freely between schools. The Leaders Committee held the hearings as they push legislation that they hope can break the congressional gridlock over how to regulate college athletics. The SEC and Big Ten opposed the bill and said it, quote, leaves critical issues unresolved. I'm Geffen Coolball.
And the Knicks are up 1 game in the NBA Finals. Game 2 being played tonight in San Antonio. More on these stories at townhall.com.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's gonna ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
A groundbreaking new study shows that there is a safe and inexpensive potential cancer treatment, and it's a drug that many of us already know about, ivermectin. This new study shows that individuals who took ivermectin, the parasite-fighting medication that gained fame during the COVID pandemic, along with the drug mebendazole, saw remarkable results in their battles with cancer. These incredibly promising results have many Americans wondering where they can obtain U.S.-made ivermectin and mebendazole. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company is making 100% American-made ivermectin and mebendazole available at an incredibly affordable price point. Say no to Big Pharma's greed and no to Big Pharma's poisons, and say yes to a company that you can trust to bring you safe, affordable, and effective treatments. If you or someone you love is interested in trying ivermectin and mebendazole, then I urge you to go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use the promo code Godzilla to save 10%.
Happy Friday morning, listening family. We made it. Always feels like a longer week, the week after a holiday week. I guess because the work week is longer the week after a holiday week. Anyway, this is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in Richmond, Virginia. Boy, it's going to be a hot one today. I'm ready for fall. High of 93, a low of 65. Right now, the temperature is a much more comfortable 58 degrees in the River City. Squirrels lose again versus Erie yesterday. 7:05 first pitch tonight at Carmax Park. Moving on to the nation's capital, the Nats will be in Arizona to play the Diamondbacks this weekend. First pitch tonight at 9:40 Eastern Time. High in the meantime, even hotter, 94 degrees in Washington today. A low of 67. Right now the temperature is 60 degrees. High in Atlanta today of 85, a low of 62. Right now the temperature is 64. The Braves will be hosting my Buccos for the weekend. First pitch at 7:15 p.m. Going to be mature, not saying anything. Just, that's when the game's going to be. We'll see what happens. Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 87, a low of 64. Right now the temperature in Middle Tennessee, 62 degrees. Philadelphia, got to be happy. The Phils swept the Padres this week, winning 6-4 yesterday. They'll welcome the White Sox to town for the weekend. First pitch tonight, 6:40. In the meantime, a high of a blazing 94 degrees, a low of 71. Right now the temperature is 66. Pittsburgh. Happy Yinzers this morning. The Buccos win 5-1. I think they beat a minor league team last night. I'm not quite sure. Got to have to figure out what the opposing team was. I don't even know. High today in the 412 of 89 degrees, a low of 68. Right now the temperature is 58 in Pittsburgh. And then last but not least on this special occasion, Morgantown. Going to see a high today of 88, a low of 65. Right now the temperature is 54 degrees as the Mountaineers prepare to host Cal Poly this weekend for the Super Regional of the NCAA baseball tournament. First pitch at noon today. Good luck, Mountaineers. The Hurricanes tie up the Stanley Cup final at one game apiece with a 4-3 win last night. Aaron Judge out indefinitely with a rib fracture. That's not pleasant. I've had one of those. And the NBA Finals will continue with Game 2 tonight in San Antonio. Tip-off at 8:30 p.m. President Trump will be attending Game 3 Monday night in New York. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins tomorrow morning, in fact, from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, you know where to go. That's GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been your Gorilla of Truth, your deplorable of the Oracles, Dan Hopgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the one and only John Fredericks on the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
The endangered monk seal almost got beamed with a rock thanks to 38-year-old Igor Mikhailovich Litvinchuk of Covington, Washington, on vacation in Maui. Only 1,600 of these things exist anymore, and it's a crime to harass or kill one. The rock throw was witnessed, caught on camera, reported, and Igor...
No, it's pronounced Igor.
But they told me it was Igor.
Well, they were wrong then, weren't they?
...was arrested by federal agents in Seattle on his way back home. Charged with violating the Endangered Species Act and the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Could get a year in the pen on each charge and pay up to $70,000 in fines. The CNN travel story, however, implies he'd have no trouble paying the fine because he said he was rich and didn't care when confronted about the deed shortly after the incident on the beach in Lahaina.
I'm into bread. I love money.
The mayor said Lanny's return after the wildfires brought a sense of healing and hope during a difficult time, and that he's a reminder that humanity and the instinct to protect what is vulnerable are still values people can unite around. Well, thinking outside the box, we may have found the last remaining non-protected ethnicity in America. Whatever nationality Igor Mikhailovich Litvinchuk is, if he had a different last name, say one maybe from a land 8 time zones to the east, he would be defended as just being who he is, that it's his culture, and we should be tolerant and accepting even if it's in direct conflict with our own laws and values.
Where's Eddie? He usually eats these damn things.
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the social.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineers sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now. Get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next-level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the NCAA Baseball Tournament in Morgantown, West Virginia, this is a special edition of the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself some peanuts and Cracker Jacks, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who tells his players to just keep swinging, John Fredericks.
TGIF. Thank God it's Friday. Great to have you with us. We are fired up today. Larry Kelly, my bus driver, all around guru, running the cameras today. Now, Larry, that's way too close. See, I don't like when I'm all face. So you got to really back that up, right? You got to get there. Well, no, that's too much. We're training Larry. Let's get up a little bit, right? All right. No, you hit the button. No, just hit the button. There's the zoom in and then there's a zoom out, right? So you want to very slowly, and I'll tell you when to stop. Okay, right there, right? Because I don't like too much face. Also, we're being told it's too dark, but we're going to wait to the bottom of the hour for that, Danny boy. All good. We are coming to you live in Morgantown, West Virginia, right across the street from our stadium, Kendrick Family Ballpark, and we are fired up. We're going to Omaha. That's right. This team is going to the World Series in Omaha. No disrespect to Cal Polytech. No disrespect. They're staying at our hotel here at the Marriott Courtyard. I want to thank Megan for all she does for us. And we're right outside the stadium with our WV Sports Nation bus. We're fired up. It's good to have you with us, though. But we're right outside the stadium, and we stay in the same hotel with the Cal Polytechers. Very nice people. In fact, the best exchange I had was they're like, hey, what time? We're like 3 hours behind. It was like I got in there after dinner ran about 9. They're like, hey, we said hi. Well, like there's about 6, 7 parents. Well, like 3 hours behind. We can't find an open bar here. I'm like, dude, you're in Morgantown. You got to go do a roadie. You got to get in your car. You got to go to the Sheets, or you got to go right down there, and then you buy the beer, and then you have it in your car. That's called a roadie. That's what we do here. And I said, but I just tell you right now, 99% of the people you're going to meet here voted for Trump. The college kids voted for Trump. The whole baseball team voted for Trump. You're never going to, everybody in the hotel that's behind the desk voted for Trump. So just like, you're going to have to deal with it. And they're like, well, we're Trump voters too. Just because we're from California doesn't mean we're Democrats. I'm like, yes, it does. So they're like, we like Trump too. So that was it. But that's what I said. You're not going to meet anybody here that didn't vote for Trump. I mean, you guys came a long way to get your ass kicked and go home on Saturday. But, you gotta play the game. No disrespect. This should be a fun couple games, but it's not like we're playing, SEC Georgia Tech or something. It came out of the Mountain West. I don't even know how they got there. And they never beat UCLA, the number 1 seed. They were beaten by the Gales. What was that? Holy Cross or something. And St. Mary's, right? The Catholics beat them twice. So they're the ones that knocked UCLA out. The guy throwing 100 miles an hour. But we'll see what happens. Dan's saying something to me here in the chat on Friday. Game time noon, so we're out of here. A little dark too. Well, we'll fix that, Dan. We'll get that later on. But games at noon, so I'm on the air for 5 hours today because as soon as our show ends, we go right to the pregame show. So we got a lot of people coming in, and it's going to be a lot of fun, Dan. It's going to be a lot of fun here. This place is going crazy. They're going to be packed in at the seams. They're up on the ridges. We're going to have 8,000 people here It's going to be the craziest scene in the history of Morgantown, having a home super regional. And then when they sing Country Roads going to Omaha, it's going to put chills up your spine. ESPN's going to carry the whole thing. It's going to go viral. And that should be Saturday afternoon. I really, again, no disrespect to Cal Polytech. They're not going to win a game here. Not against this team. And I've been telling you, covering them for the whole year, I've told you from day one, this team is built and going to Omaha. And they got a shot to win the whole thing. I mean, I wouldn't count them out there either. I mean, they got a shot to be national champions. A hell of a shot. So we'll see what happens. Dan, good morning. Great to have you with us. 888-480-JOHN. Lots going on. Oz on yesterday. We had a great lineup today. And I was just looking at it. So I've been so busy, haven't even seen it. But I know we got Rob Crilly's coming in. Let's see. He's at 7. We got J.D. Hayworth. We got Bill D'Agostino. And we got Frank Cassidy, Federal Housing Commission. We got the Virginia Gang. Plus, we got your calls. 888-480-JOHN. 888-480-5646. President Trump yesterday taking questions in the Oval Office. That's always fun. But the economy, more great job numbers coming out. We're going to go to Scott Bessent here, Treasury Secretary, Cut 1. Here's Scott Bessent again saying, despite the Iran conflict, we're creating jobs for Americans, not the 20 million illegals that crossed the border during the Biden administration, not government workers. What the other side doesn't want to talk about is the enormous job growth in this economy, which I keep telling everybody is the greatest underpinning of an economic renaissance that you're ever going to find. And we're fired up about it. And oh, by the way, Dan, Pittsburgh beat us 2 out of 3, whatever. Let's go to Cut 1. Scott Bessent, roll it.
Everyday Americans, businesses, and individuals tremendously benefited from our historic tax relief. 97% of taxpayers received a tax cut this past filing season, thanks to no tax on tips and no tax on overtime and increased standard deduction and enhanced senior deduction. And these are American First provisions that have put more money in the pockets of hardworking Americans. I want to recognize some of the changes, and as you've mentioned, in the working family tax cuts had with manufacturing, where there's research and development and capital expenditures that have been able to put in place for long-term growth. I only have a few seconds. I don't know if there's some comments you want to make about the economy and what you've seen over the last year.
Congressman, I would say the economy is very strong. We are experiencing a short-term elevation in prices due to the Iran conflict. That will come down. That what the other side doesn't want to talk about is job growth is strong. Except for April, we have seen real wage growth every month since President Trump took office. They don't want to talk about that 2.6% economic growth despite the shutdown in the fourth quarter of last year. And despite the Iran conflict, we will get on the other side of this, and we are creating jobs. And importantly, Congressman, these are jobs for Americans, not the 5, 10, 20 million illegals that flooded across the border during the Biden administration.
This sees my optimism every day. This is why I get up every day. I jump out of bed. I'm so fired up about what is going on in the future. Right there, what you just saw, what Scott Bessent just said. Right? Despite the Iran conflict, despite the war, look at these numbers. The war will end, and then the numbers only get better. You have to build a foundation. You have to build an infrastructure. Anybody that runs a business other than a gig where they're just consulting or something, you run a business like we do, the thing that I focus on is infrastructure, right? I mean, Ann's the CEO. She runs the company. She makes the financial decisions. She makes the investment decisions, but I'm in charge of infrastructure. You got to build an infrastructure, and otherwise you can't support the growth. And that's what we did in this company. And shout out always to our chief engineer, Terry Suggs, who visioned this out for us when we had one little station. Said, here's the vision. And then we started, every dime we got, we invested into the Richmond infrastructure, including laying fiber cable, which cost us, $30,000 that I'm still paying for. We have to take a loan out for that. But you build the infrastructure, and then you can layer on top of it, you can grow. And that's what this economy is. There's an infrastructure here. of lower taxes, less regulations, more opportunity, SBA loans available, right? Lower interest than it was, right? Consumer confidence, all of the things that go in, manufacturing, tariffs, not dumping our jobs in China, not dumping goods here in the United States from Canada. So you build the infrastructure of the economy, the underpinnings of it, which is what President Trump has done. You build that, and what happens? Things start to turn, and then when the boom comes, you have pillars to support it on. That is the beauty of the Trump economy. And it's going to go down in history. It's going to rival Reagan's economic resurgence. It's going to rival that. This is going to be the greatest economic renaissance, growth, boom, whatever you want to call it, in the history of America when this war is done. And if there's any one good thing that's come out of this, is Iran is not going to be a threat. Straits are going to be open. They're not going to be able to shut them down again. Our military is going to have proven again to get this done. And so we're not going to have this threat. And oil prices are going to come down, and gas is going to be $1.90. And then I don't know in August what the Democrats are going to talk about. They're moronic now as it is. Anyway, absolutely fantastic. This let's get to Scott Besson again. By the way, I love this guy. This is an extraordinary Secretary of the Treasury. Here's Scott Besson again. This is to Representative Larson when they're asking him about inflation amid the Iran war. See, this is all the Democrats have. War bad, Trump bad, inflation bad. But then you can't argue with the facts. Cut 3, take a listen.
Core inflation reflects gasoline prices.
Core inflation, it reflects the underlying trend in inflation and whether that inflation has become endemic to the system as it did during President Biden.
Has the war in Iran had anything to do with core inflation?
Sir?
Does the war in Iran have anything to do with core inflation? Or you can't answer that, or
no.
either, or are we precluded from asking that?
Well, I'm not sure what the question is.
Let me make it as simple as I can. Does the war in Iran, are you with me? Has the war in Iran
thus far
have witnessed the rise in gas prices as it caused?
Well, again, that is the regular inflation, and gas prices have gone up, which I believe will be temporary.
Gas prices have gone up, but you believe they're temporary.
Core inflation has dropped 0.5% since President Trump came to office.
Geez, when I'm home in my district, I'm going to just tell those people, geez, you know what? You missed this whole thing. Don't you understand core inflation? You guys are better off. I mean, these gas prices, I don't know what you people are thinking out there. For God's sake, you should be doing cartwheels in the street over the price of gas. So what is the administration's plan to lower gas prices?
We've taken the many.
Are you in favor of eliminating the gas tax?
We have moved to.
Are you in favor of eliminating the gas tax?
We would like to work.
Are you able to answer that, or is that not answered?
Well, if I'm not interrupted, I can, Congressman.
Well, I'm waiting for your answer.
We have asked Congress to move to eliminate the gas tax. That is done through statute.
You have moved that. So you're in favor of eliminating the gas tax.
We have asked for that.
So we can join bipartisanly today because you're in favor of it to eliminate the gas tax.
Again, the White House has asked for it, sir.
See, I think Besson could have been a little quicker in those answers. So we're not going to nitpick here, but that's the first thing he should have said was absolutely we need Democrats to back us in removing the gas tax until the end of the war. And, we're just going to have to not do the infrastructure on the roads or whatever it pays for. Everybody's just going to have to wait on that until we get the money back flowing again. It's as simple as that. All gas taxes, all states gone. And whatever road thing is out there, get it from your rainy day fund, figure it out, because we got to bring these prices down, and adding, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 cents, depending on the state, with gas taxes, to all of them should get eliminated. All of them should get frozen, eliminated until the war comes to an end, I mean, that is the most sensible thing to do. And that's what President Trump should be asking for. That's what Johnson should be asking for. And then let the Democrats vote no. I mean, this guy, basically this congressman said, hey, that's a good bipartisan resolution. I didn't think that guy was that bad. He was asking a simple question. Did the war cause oil prices to go up? Yes. That's the price you pay when you're trying to get Iran not to have a nuclear bomb, right? So it sucks. It's short term. It's awful. And the guy was right when he said, I can't go back to my constituents who are suffering and say, oh, core inflation is down 0.05% since Trump's been there. They'll look at me like I got three heads. So that doesn't solve anything. Okay, great talking point doesn't solve anything. What solves something is what that Democrat congressman from Massachusetts said. Get rid, freeze, eliminate the gas tax until the war, 6 months after the war is over. You're just not going to get the money for that. And so whatever transportation things you've got on, find the money in other places, move it around. I don't care what you do. Every state's got a rainy day fund, right? You can do that. Get the money from there. Figure that out. Have a special session. I don't care what you do, but go figure it out. But we got to get these gas prices down, and we shouldn't be paying any federal or state gas taxes now when we're in a war. It makes no sense. And that is a great bipartisan bill. And we got Republicans who don't want to back that, and Democrats who don't, just because it's Trump's idea. Maybe if it was Obama's idea, they'd back it. Or, have Joe Biden come out and make it her idea. Who cares? Just get it done. Get it done. If you can get it done, we're in a lot better shape, right? 888-480. John, you want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. Here's Scott Besson again. Let's go to number... Oh, I'm out of time. Okay, he's when I get back. TGIF, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Trucking the truth across America. Keep it right here. Live in Morgantown, West Virginia.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com, and use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Tired of fumbling for your phone, wallet, or keys? Don't put it in your pants, put it in your pocket. Meet T-Pocket, the practical tees, the shirt that keeps it all in reach. Designed in the USA, assembled in the South, these tees feature smart built-in pockets for easy access. Long sleeve, short sleeve, available in most colors, with your favorite teams and logos to come later. Shop the full lineup now at tpocket.net. Fast shipping, easy ordering. Grab yours today and level up your everyday carry. Put it in your pocket with T-Pocket. tpocket.net.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Live from the NCAA baseball tournament in Morgantown, West Virginia, this is a special edition of the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself some peanuts and Cracker Jacks, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who tells his players to just keep swinging, John Fredericks.
Yeah, that would be me. Great to have you with us. I am your Oracle of the Deplorables, your Godzilla of Truth in America, coming to you live from Morgantown, West Virginia, right outside Kendrick Family Ballpark. This place in about 2 hours is going to be rocking. First pitch noon. Our pregame show, 11 o'clock. Don't want to miss this. It is going to be so much fun. Right here, this segment brought to you by our great friends at the Wellness Company. A groundbreaking new study. Well, that shows us a safe and inexpensive potential cancer treatment. And it's a drug that many of us already know about, ivermectin. The new study shows that individuals who took ivermectin, the parasite-fighting medication that we all knew from COVID, has had tremendous success in fighting cancer. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in, folks. Now, you see and hear from our TWC doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. Now, the Wellness Company, they're making 100% American-made ivermectin and mebendazole available to my audience at an incredibly affordable price point right now. So if you know anyone that might be suffering from the early stages of cancer or getting cancer treatment, check this out. Be sure they know about this and say no to Big Pharma's greed and no to Big Pharma's poisons, and say yes to a company that you can trust to bring safe, affordable, and effective treatments. If you or someone you know or love is interested in trying ivermectin plus mebendazole, then I urge you to go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla, and order today. twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, and save 10%. Promo code Godzilla and save 10%, and you are good to go. So want to thank them for all they do. And let's get to another Scott Besson clip here, and then we'll get to the phone lines. Let's get to cut number 4. Here's Besson getting into it a little bit with one of the libtards. Roll it.
Your tenure as Treasury Secretary, has the IRS recommended that any taxpayer be granted immunity from an audit for their taxes?
Again, one portion of that is the under litigation, so I'm not able to.
Yes, sir. It isn't a question of being not able, it's being not want to. But my question
no,
is
about, as I said,
thank you, sir.
There is litigation.
Reserving my time, my question to you again is,
definition of insanity,
in the ordinary practice of the Treasury Department, has there ever been a recommendation that a taxpayer be granted immunity from an audit of their taxes?
Sorry, what was that?
Same question. Has the IRS recommended that any taxpayer be granted immunity from an audit of their taxes?
Again, I'm unable to answer that.
You can answer it. You refuse to answer. Can you tell the American people, in the history of the Treasury Department, has there ever been a taxpayer who's been recommended to have immunity from an audit of their taxes?
Has there ever been a taxpayer who had his tax returns released, his
Thank you.
family, and every
So I'll
employee?
take that as a
every
no.
employee's.
Let me ask you, sir,
Congressman,
since you
if you'd like
say
to
you're
apologize
relying
to the president
Thank you. I
and all
reserve
his employees today.
Maintaining
I would
my
join you
time,
in that.
and since you refuse to answer, let me ask you, since you say you're following the advice of the Attorney General, the former criminal defense attorney for Mr. Trump, as you know, the Attorney General cannot compromise a tax dispute unless it's referred to him from the IRS for prosecution or defense. Have you ever been involved in any way in a decision to refer a tax dispute to the Attorney General?
Again, I cannot comment on that.
You can't comment. Your argument here that you can't comment in this case makes as much sense as President Trump saying that he cannot. I understand you want to talk over me, but you're not answering the question, because you may have defined insanity by referring to Einstein, but your appearance here today and yesterday in the Senate defines deception.
This is what you're in for if they win the House. What you just saw, this is going to be an everyday occurrence. This is all they're going to do. It's not going to help your life get better. All they're going to do is trash Trump every single day. It'll be a 24/7 TV show of the libtards, of the communists in charge of these committees, dragging everybody in and trying to throw them in jail. This is what our country's gone to now. And rather than complain about it, understand it. See, I'm not bitching about it. I get what's going on. If you oppose them and they get power, they will re-weaponize every aspect of government they can in order to punish you, up to and including jail time, re-education camps, whatever it might be, lawfare, bankruptcy. This is simply the new world we're in. We are in a fight. And you got to take the guns out. Figuratively speaking, you got to take the gloves off. You can't go to a bazooka battle with a pop gun. I mean, we have got to be tough. This is why all this hand wringing over redistricting and, stop. They're going to put you in jail, right? Because of what you believe. This is where they're going. This is the way communists take over. And wake up and smell the coffee. Stop bitching about it. Start doing something about it. And what you do is you vote. And you get everybody you know to vote. And you vote early. And if it's by mail, you do that. And you go and join your party like I've did. And you make change. Right? And you work another hour a day. Sorry, you're doing it for your freedom. So it's like Trump is doing. I mean, Scott Bessent has to sit there. He doesn't need this stuff. But look, the guy believes in what he's doing. And so this is just a taste of what you're going to get from the libtards when they take over. Right? Okay, let's get to the phone lines. Steve in Virginia. Steve, you're live. Go. Phone in 888-480-JOHN, live in Morgantown. Go ahead, Steve.
Good morning, Chairman Fredericks. Good morning, Chairman Fredericks.
Yes, sir.
First of all, just a quick correction for you. That's Dr. Bessent, but I appreciate the clip. And just another quick correction for the politician there. Albert Einstein never defined insanity. That's an incorrect attribution. So I wanted to ask you a quick question about the White House Correspondents Association dinner. When they say it's going to be more intimate, how many people are they going to allow at that dinner now?
No idea.
Okay. So are they going to refund the table prices like you would have paid to the people who are going to be excluded now because it's going to be more intimate?
I would think so. But I saw the email that came across my my feed maybe a couple days ago from the White House Correspondents Association. I saw the date, and to be honest, I've been so busy with this baseball and everything going on, and
whatever else we're doing in our
Yeah.
country right now. I saw it. I glanced at it. I made a note of the date. I wrote it in my hard calendar, which is what I still operate on at 68. And I didn't really read the email, so I have no idea. But Rob Crilly will be on at 7, and we'll ask him
Yes.
about he'll know.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to ask. That you ask him and see to make sure that he's not excluded.
I really, it was a long email, and I did not read it. It's still in my inbox. I've been busy. You know, this also, I'm running for office. My election is in 12 days. It's, a week from this coming Tuesday. I got the victory party. I'm trying to sell tickets to that. So I just don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But Rob will know.
Have you given my ticket? Have you given my ticket away yet?
Yes, we gave it to the head of the College Republicans of Catholic University.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much for that. And I tell them I hope they appreciate the time there.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Have a wonderful weekend, and go Mountaineers.
I mean, if they win, I'm going to Omaha. See you later, baby. You think I'm going to miss that? I wouldn't miss that for the world. I'm going to find a way to get there. If I got to I don't even know how to get there, but I'll get all that figured out. One thing at a time. First, we got to win, and we'll go from there. Hey, update on Maryland baseball. Very excited about what's going on. We signed 4 players. We had Coach Swope basically had to turn the team over. They didn't have a very good season. There were culture issues, I guess. He wanted to build something a little bit different. And so over half the roster, 3/5, right? 3/5 of the roster from 26 is turned over. 3/5. So out of a roster of 40 players, I guess, and it drops down now to 36 or 34. Somebody can look it up for me. But 22 Maryland players from 26 are no longer with the team for one way or the other. I'm not going to get into any specifics, but they're not there. So that's almost 2/3 of the roster got turned over. But we're bringing in some really good new players, people that want to play, people that are hungry. And I'm going to give a shout out to Joe's former roommate from West Virginia, Alex Merritt, who went to last season, played with Charleston Southern. And for my good friend there, Coach Kuhn, played there for a season, hit 350, 7 homers. He's come. Joe was able to get him here, and he talked to the coaches, and they love the guy. Great guy. Kelly and Mike, his parents, great people, super parents, super kids, stays in their house many times. But this kid can hit. He can hit. He's a machine, and he's got a great arm. He can play infield, play outfield, play first base. Very versatile. We got some other good players. The catcher from Fairfield, senior backup catcher we'll have. So, we're bringing in some players, and I'm excited about this team. We got to bring in all new players. Joe's going to be healthy. Joe's not pitching this summer. He's in rehab now. They're determined he's going to get out there and anchor that bullpen from the left side. But great get in Alex Merritt. Want a big shout out to Coach Matt Swope, pitching coach Jimmy Jackson. It's going to be a whole new team. We're going to have a great season. I'm fired up for Maryland baseball 27. But right now we're in 26. And if you want to follow West Virginia baseball or sports or football, just go to wvsportsnation.com. wvsportsnation.com. Great website. Also download our app store or Google Play. Just put in WV Sports Nation. Download that, and you're good to go. But we are fired up. I'm not even going to hide it. We're going to Omaha. And imagine all this. Imagine if they had Chase Meyer. Oh my God, they would be the favorite right now. WV Sports Nation. Download their app. Well, Danny, you don't put that up for a second, Dan. I mean, they're like 1,001, and you took it down, man. You're going to put the app up. Put it up. Download the official app to get WV Mountaineer sports update, scores, and exclusive coverage. WV Sports Nation. Just put in WV Sports Nation, and we thank Steve for his call. So thank you for that. And okay, I want to get here, if I can, to General Jack Keane. I think this is cut 2. I don't have it handy right now, Dan, but General Jack Keane basically saying if they close the straits, we're going to bomb them into smithereens. I think this is cut 2. Roll it.
So if they're backed into a corner and you look at the Strait of Hormuz, is that an option for them to block that?
If they block the Strait of Hormuz, we will take out literally all their military on the Strait of Hormuz. That's an act of war if they pull a stunt like that, and they know what the results of that will be. And that will push the United States into conflict. Iran does not want conflict with the United States. Remember, 38 years of conflict, all using proxies, avoiding direct confrontation with their own military. That is one thing. Despite the fact that they harass our ships, they'll fire a missile here and there, they do not want that kind of conflict.
Okay, and they don't want it. Why? Because they're going to get totally annihilated, which is why they don't want the conflict. Dan, I want to get to cut 5. Here's CNN's Tapper going at it with FCC Chair Brendan Carr. I got to get him back on our show, so it's a good reminder. I'll jot that down. Let's get to 5 Tapper Carr.
Let's talk about Disney and ABC, which filed its renewal applications for 8 broadcast stations last week early because the FCC review wanted to go over the company's diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI policies. Now, Disney claims that this review is a First Amendment issue, and they say it's an effort by you and the FCC to suppress content that the Trump administration doesn't like, such as Jimmy Kimmel Live and The View. I guess philosophically, here's my question. What is the difference between a viewpoint and bias? Because the FCC is supposed to encourage viewpoints, all sorts of viewpoints. How do you distinguish between somebody's viewpoint and somebody's bias? It seems like it could be the same thing.
Well, with respect to Disney and ABC in particular, we started an investigation all the way at the beginning of last year into concerns that had been raised about DEI discrimination within Disney. There was evidence that was being raised that fell into a couple of different buckets. One, allegations about Disney hiring, promoting, and compensating people and using workplace opportunities based on race, gender, and other protected characteristics. Now, Disney, through this process, has its own position and will have every opportunity to put its evidence in. But what the FCC has been investigating on is those concerns about discrimination. So we've called Disney's licenses in for early renewal. They can continue to make their case, and people have the opportunity to challenge their licenses at the FCC through this process.
But what does this have to do with your purview? I mean, it seems to me from how you describe it, this is an EEOC issue, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. It doesn't really have to do with what you do.
Well, the very first section of the Communications Act talks specifically about empowering the FCC to ensure there isn't discrimination along race, gender, and other protected characteristics. And at the FCC, we have our own EEO regulations that apply to broadcasters and to some extent cable as well. We've gone through multiple rounds of discovery with Disney, and towards the end there was a production that Disney made that our staff believed was disingenuous, that was incomplete, and so we have sent them a notice of deficiency. And so one other steps we can take in our enforcement matter is to call the license in early. So that's what we did, and it was based on our DEI investigation. Look, a lot of companies, particularly during COVID, went all in on this form of DEI discrimination, and we'll see, based on the facts and the law, whether Disney was one of them or not. But if they were, in fact, discriminating based on race and gender, that could be a real problem when it comes to holding an FCC broadcast license.
So I get it, but here's the ramifications of what they're doing. Administrations change, and if you open this can of worms up, basically any operator of an FCC license, and we own 23 radio stations, you have to file for renewal when it comes up. The way he set this up is you can go into perpetual litigation. Somebody could file against any of us and say, well, no, they're conservative talk. No, they shouldn't have a license. And then I got to hire lawyers to fight it. And it's like thousands of dollars. And a lot of the smaller companies are not going to be able to do this. So therein lies the risk. As long as Brendan Carr's there, we're fine. But you get a libtard in there, you get a communist, and the communists have figured out that they don't want the litigation they bring is to bankrupt their opponent. Just because the government will spend unlimited resources and private companies don't. They have to cry uncle, they have to settle, or they have to get out. Because you can't keep paying lawyers in perpetuity. That's the danger of going down this path. I don't like it. I understand what Carr's trying to do, but you open it up. You as soon as you start challenging things and you allow that, and it's open season, everybody will challenge everything. I mean, every license that comes up, lawyers on the right will challenge, lawyers on the left will challenge, and everything will just go into, the only people that are going to make money are going to be the lawyers. So I don't know. I think it's an interesting position they're taking. Now, he's not saying it has anything to do with what they're broadcasting. He's saying this has to do with DEI and with bias on race within the companies. That's a little bit different, right? So I get what they're doing, but it's just a. You always have to look at what is the next step for this. So I kind of understand where they're going, and I'm a big fan of jamming Carr. But we'll see what happens. 888-480, John, you want to weigh in? And to that point, let's get to cut 12. And basically, here's what the left is saying. We can't get Trump, but when we get power, we're going to get everybody else. I want you to digest this. Roll it. 12. Take a listen.
But we might have to get used to the fact that this man may never pay for the things he's done. Mm-hmm. You're just going to have to. And it's going to be very hard for Democrats. It's going to be very hard for people. Mm-hmm. But there's a point where you need to move on. And I know people hate when I say that, but it's the fact of the matter. That said, you can go through a lot of other people, right? That there's a lot of people down low who aren't protected, which is why, they're all going to want to get pardons. Yeah. And I'll tell you, I had lunch with a Trump person. They have lunch with me all the time. It's very funny. And they said, I'm asking for a pardon. And I said, did you do anything? And they're like, no. Because the Democrats are going to come after me. I said, they're not going to come after you if you didn't do anything. If you did something, absolutely. And it was such a mentality, of like, because we do it, they're going to do it. The retribution. Kind of
Did you hear that? Right? I want a pardon. Did you do anything? No. Doesn't matter if I did anything. I want a pardon anyway. Because they can't go after Trump, so they're going to go after his supporters. Therein lies the reality of what's going on. They'll go after his supporters. Now, who's his supporters? Us. This is why when I get these clowns in South Carolina telling me about good governance, or Indiana telling me about the right thing to do, okay, when they put your ass in jail, why'd you get back to me? Unbelievable. All right, let's get to, do I have enough time? No, we got to get out. Rob Crilly coming up. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. We're live in Morgantown, West Virginia, right outside of Kendrick Family Ballpark in our WV Sports Nation bus. Hey, if you happen to be there, come and check us out. If you're in West Virginia and you're on University Boulevard going in front of the ballpark, we are right there. Guess where we are? We are in the parking lot of City Furniture, right across the street from the stadium. Come and take a picture of our bus. Let's go, Omaha or bust. We'll be right back. Rob Crilly next.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Barnair, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB Portland.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. A man is accused of bringing a bomb to the Sacramento International Airport. Lisa Dwyer reports.
Authorities say he was wearing a scarf, latex gloves, and had an explosive device and a torch lighter in his carry-on bag. He also had a knife, scissors, an aerosol can, zip ties, and 5 cell phones. One with a timer set for 15 minutes. Another with a message awaiting your call. Authorities say that if the device had detonated next to a window above 10,000 feet, could have caused damage and loss of cabin pressure. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
The Senate passing legislation to fund President Trump's immigration enforcement agencies. Early this morning, senators voted for the $70 billion legislation to fund immigration and customs enforcement and Border Patrol for the next 3 years. A former national security advisor pleading guilty in a classified documents case and will pay a hefty fine. Correspondent Laura Winters has more.
John Bolton served as national security advisor in President Trump's first term in office, but became an outspoken critic of the president, often appearing on MSNBC and CNN. He plans to plead guilty and pay a fine north of $2 million as part of a deal with federal prosecutors for mishandling classified documents. Bolton is accused of sharing sensitive information, including notes on intelligence briefings for possible use in a book he was writing.
American Airlines temporarily suspending some routes this summer due to steep jet fuel costs. Amid the war with Iran, the airline says it adjusted service for select routes in August and September. Impacted travelers will be offered alternative arrangements or refunds. Airlines worldwide have canceled flights and trimmed schedules. More on these stories from townhall.com.
Looking for a great real estate agent? Someone who can help you sell your home fast and for top dollar? Go to ready.com, REDY.com. Because on Ready, agents will pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, on Ready, agents will pay you for your listing. Thousands of dollars up front just for a chance to sell your home. And it's easy. Just go to ready.com, enter your address, and when you want to sell. In just 48 hours, the best local agents are competing on Ready to be your agent with cash offers up front just to win your business. Hey, your listing is valuable. Don't give it away. Make those agents earn it. Get paid to pick your real estate agent. Go to ready.com or call 800-885-REDY. 800-885-READY.
Get set for a rare blue micromoon this weekend.
It's when a blue moon that's also the most distant and smallest looking full moon of the year rises. The brilliant star Antares will photobomb Sunday's spectacle for a celestial 3-for-1. A blue moon occurs every 2 or 3 years when a second full moon squeezes into a single month. May 1st saw this month's first full moon. The upcoming full moon will be farther from Earth than usual at a distance of 252,360 miles. That will make the moon seem a bit smaller and dimmer. Keith Peters reporting.
Australian officials confiscating more than 100,000 illegal live cockroaches from a breeder, the haul worth over $140,000, including Madagascar hissing and dubia cockroaches, both species illegal to import, keep or sell in Australia due to environmental risks. News and analysis at townhall.com. Iowa's waterways facing significant pollution challenges due to agricultural runoff and sewage. The problem impacts both recreation and public health. Authorities have found that many lakes and streams do not meet the standards for swimming, drinking, or aquatic life. Algae blooms and bacteria pose the risks. There was a major security incident at Game 1 of the NBA Finals.
The NBA banned 2 people for life from its arenas after one of them was arrested shortly after running onto the court during Game 1 of the NBA Finals and appearing to take a selfie next to Victor Wembanyama. The San Antonio Spurs did not appear bothered by the incident, which occurred during the fourth quarter of Game 1 between the Spurs and the New York Knicks. The NBA didn't disclose what role the second banned person, who didn't run the court, played in the incident. The game was stopped for 1 minute and 29 seconds before it resumed with a jump ball. I'm Haya Panjwani.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll. President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of D.C. GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
The Truth with John Gordon.
A strong argument can be made that we need a certain number of illegal immigrants to work menial and in some cases dangerous jobs.
Get all the truth you can handle and more.
Immigrants seem willing to do those jobs. American workers do not.
What?
I'm sorry, I just call them like I see them, folks.
Saturday, noon Eastern, 11 Central, on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
I tell you the truth as best I know it.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-Cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
When you're learning something new, experience matters. At Lifestyles Unlimited, we've spent over 30 years teaching people how real estate investing works and how to build income with a clear, step-by-step strategy. Our program is designed to help you learn what to do, why it works, and how to take action at your own pace. Join today for just $297, a 60% savings off the regular price. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
I'm John Rose, and I have the honor of representing Tennessee's 6th Congressional District in Congress. As my time in Washington comes to an end, I want you all to know that I plan to finish strong. That means helping as many of you as I can between now and January. So if you are having any issues with a federal agency, please reach out. Whether you're having difficulty getting a passport, you're waiting for an IRS refund, or you're being denied a medical claim by the VA, my team and I are ready to help. Constituent services is one of the most important things I do as your elected representative. You can reach out at johnrose.house.gov or call my office at 202-225-4231. Again, that number is 202-225-4231. I'm John Rose, serving you.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Live from the NCAA baseball tournament in Morgantown, West Virginia, this is a special edition of the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself some peanuts and Cracker Jacks, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who tells his players to just keep swinging, John Fredericks.
Hey, live in Morgantown, we are back. Great to have you with us, and it's all good. John Fredericks Media Network, live in Morgantown. Hey, do we have Rob Crilly on? Dan?
Yes, he's here.
Okay, you got to put in the rundown, or I have no idea. Okay, please, you have to do that. Thank you, appreciate it. Look, it's good to have everybody with us. Coming live today in Morgantown, West Virginia, scene of the Super Regionals here. This place in about what time is it now? 7. First pitch noon. Our pregame show 11. By 11 o'clock, this thing is going to be steaming with about 10,000 people hanging out of the rafters. This is going to be the biggest crowd in the history of West Virginia. This is the biggest thing that's hit Morgantown in, I don't know, ever. Right? Probably since the coal rush. Rob Crilly coming up in a moment. And I tell you what, one of our sponsors here, want to give him a shout out, my good friend Barry Draper, Mountaineer Healthcare. And Mountaineer Healthcare from the Smart Health Company, they're helping families, individuals, and businesses like ours get quality healthcare coverage without getting destroyed financially, which is the beauty of this. Now, you get complete and comprehensive coverage, including hospitalization, surgery, critical illness protection. You also get access to a nationwide PPO network and low $15 doctor visit copays. Now, if you need quick care, you're good to go. Unlimited free telemedicine is included. And if you need your prescriptions covered, no problem. We got that too. Fully tiered prescription drug plans too. Whether you need an individual plan for yourself or group coverage for your company, Mountaineer Healthcare has flexible options designed to save you serious money. And here's the kicker. Rates can be 30 to 40% lower than unsubsidized marketplace plans or traditional group coverage. So you save a ton of money. Now that's real savings for working Americans. Call now, 833-752-6742, 833-752-6742, or go to mountaineerhealthplan.com, mountaineerhealthplan.com. Mountaineer Healthcare and the Smart Health Company, smart coverage, real savings, and peace of mind. Truth, clarity, and real healthcare savings. Friends, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, News Talk Sports. Right here, we have combined the three, News Talk Sports. That's right. We got so much sports going on. We got Godzilla wins tomorrow. We got the pregame show. We carry all the West Virginia games. We carry the Pirates, the Steelers, the Penguins, Flyers now in Bucks County. We got them coming online. Who else? We got Alabama Crimson Tide, Tennessee Volunteers when we get that deal done in Nashville, Titans in Nashville. Unbelievable. News Talk Sports right here. And speaking of sports, joining us now, Rob Crilly from the Washington Examiner. Secrets. Go to WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets, WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. Get his column there. And he's a Mets fan. The best team money can't buy. Sorry, dude. We suck too. Okay, we just got beat 2 out of 3 by the Pirates at home. So we're no better than you guys. But didn't the Mets just get swept by somebody like the Marlins or something? Was that like, is this all coming together for me? Anyway, Rob, it's good to have you with us. We're not here to make fun of your Mets, but we are here to talk about what you got going on in Secrets, Rob.
I can't believe you brought up the Mets right off the bat like that. I was going to tell you, what are you doing down there? Baseball season's over. It's finished. I'm done. I've moved on. We didn't get swept by the Marlins. We've been swept by pretty much everyone else, but that's one team we didn't get swept by. So look, another busy week. What have I done? Well, I'll tell you what. I started off on Monday writing about Graham Plattner inside his defense strategy, which was a sort of, well-worn playbook now. He's been through scandal after scandal, and he circled the wagons last weekend when the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal came out with stories about him sexting women. And it was a classic example of circling the wagons, deny. And then they went on the attack, of course, ridiculing the former staffer that they said had betrayed a confidence of Plattner's wife. So they weren't messing around. They went in with a really aggressive strategy to rubbish the source of the story. Now, I finished my story by saying, well, look, this is a strategy that's worked very well for Donald Trump over the past few years when he's gone on the attack after his scandals. But whether or not it can work for a figure like Graham Plattner, who already faces quite a tough challenge in Maine, we know he's up against it. Susan Collins, good candidate up there who survived all sorts of challenges. Plattner coming from the left of the party, this economic populist position. The question is whether he can ride out what is just the latest in a series of scandals. And of course, we've had in the last 24 hours now, the New York Times has come out, interviewed more women who've known Plattner, known about his relationship. And we seem to be, you know what it's like with a scandal, right? If you can survive the first 24 hours without a whole bunch of other people coming out and saying, well, you know what, this wasn't one occasion, there are all these other examples. If you can get through the first period, you're in good shape. But it looks like Plattner now has a real problem, more women coming forward. So that was something I looked at, what is Graham Plattner's defense strategy here? Can it work? And I think his campaign really now, the next 24 hours is going to be crucial, isn't it, really?
I think he's done. Because what came out now yesterday, I believe, Rob, and I'm sure you are a little bit under this, these are allegations, but the allegations that came out is apparently there was, he had a girlfriend, and apparently someone has put forward there in that situation that there may have been a level of physical abuse that was alleged. I don't know really the extent of that. I know that he went and met with the Senate Democrats, but it's, at some point, Rob, you just got to say, look, this just isn't a very nice guy. I mean, it's just not. And the Democrats have a real problem here because I know they want to win. I know they don't care. I know they circle the wagons. They just don't care. They just want power. Everybody gets it. They're tougher than Republicans are. But this is really becoming an issue for this guy. I mean, if you look at what happened to Swalwell, he just had to go away. This is tougher for them because they're trying to gain control of the Senate and they need the seat. I think they should just tell the guy to get out and then put, the former governor still on the ballot. Just all back her and she'll be the nominee and that'll be the end of it. And then there'll actually be a race with Collins.
Yeah, the New York Times basically had 3 former girlfriends talking about him drinking heavily and womanizing when they knew him over the past decade or so. One in particular, Lindsay Fifield, who's a conservative, which is what Plattner sort of attacked her for, saying, well, she has a political motive. They dated roughly 2013 to 2015, and she had a number of examples of times when he grabbed her roughly by the shoulders, one time twisting her arm behind her back, shoving her into a bedroom and holding the door closed so she couldn't leave, telling her to calm down. So, it appears to be a pattern. He's defending himself. He's talked about military service, post-traumatic stress disorder, and some of the issues he's had. And I think you get a pass up to a point. But the worry for Democrats now is this scandal has been bubbling along all week. It grew fresh legs last night. And I don't doubt that every other major news organization covering this race is trying to dig up more examples of this sort of behavior over the past few years. And as you say, the Democrats have a candidate in waiting, a candidate who suspended her campaign. The primary is actually next week, I think. So there is every possibility they could clean this up and move on, which I think now is looking like the most sensible option, isn't it?
I've always had the position where if you do things like this, I don't know why you would do it or something, but kind of precludes you from running for public office. Go get a job and straighten yourself out. It's certain things you just preclude yourself from doing. So,
Well, it's the classic, it's where we are now politically, isn't it? I think both parties are looking for candidates from beyond the mainstream who don't have the normal background. Plattner is not your typical candidate, but of course, those are exactly the sort of people that come with those risks. I mean, Trump being the absolute archetype, I mean, he was never supposed to be a political candidate. He runs in 2015. You know, all the skeletons come tumbling out of the closet. He is the very unusual politician. I mean, he said himself, he could stand on Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and he'd still get elected. It wouldn't cause him any flip. But he is very unusual. But I think as all the parties now look for some measure of authenticity, they want real people. But of course, the problem with those sorts of candidates is that they haven't been vetted for decades and decades and decades. And these are the sort of problems you can run into.
It's just too much. I mean, I'll give you an example. Rob Crilly with us, Washington Examiner. Go to WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets, and you can get his column there every day. You can also sign up, get his emails. Rob, I have a clip service. It's called Gravian, right? So we pay for it, get video and audio clips, and it comes out at 4 a.m. Tom does a super job with it. It's a great service, pretty, balanced, but especially when he puts my clips up there, then he gets a gold star. But I go to the clip service this morning, and Dan can attest to this in the studio. Dan, 50% of the clips, 50%, is normally like 60 in there or something, 30 of them were platinum.
Right.
Like I'm just scrolling, and I don't care. I'm scrolling down one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. It's like, who cares? I mean, the guy's not going to win, but the obsession, and this is what happens with the media, when they get, like you said, when they get onto something, forget about it.
Yeah.
I mean, you got everybody in the world trying to scoop the other guy, trying to find something else about him, and they're calling up everybody the guy's ever, if he went to McDonald's and ordered a hamburger, they're talking to the person that served him through the window. So this is what happens. The media frenzy starts. 50% of the clip stand today on Grabian were about Plattner. And I'm thinking to myself, who cares? The guy's got no shot at winning.
Yeah.
In my judgment.
Yeah. And, Janet Mills, the former governor, is there on the ballot. They have a candidate. They have a strong, what would actually be a strong candidate. So there's a solution right there. If Democrat, you know what Democrats are like, they have this uncanny ability to shoot themselves in the foot, whatever they're doing. So I've got a feeling they're going to let this drag on, but there is a solution right there, ready and waiting for them.
Listen, I mean, if they want to win, they don't care. I think this guy's reached a point of no return. Collins is vulnerable in Maine. They have a former governor. This guy outraised her, outdid everything. She dropped out. She got tired. She's 80, and but she's still there. And it's it's kind of like the Kamala Harris thing. I mean, they decided they couldn't win with Biden. And so that's the end of that. And then Harris is a nominee, and they figured out in a day. I think the same thing is going to happen here. If the guy stays and he's the nominee, there's no scenario where. I mean, just think about Susan Collins. Well, whatever you think of her politically, I mean, you juxtapose Susan Collins, grandmother, has that kind of that shaking thing. It's not Parkinson's, but it's a tic. The sweetest thing you'll ever see. Grandma never got a parking ticket, goody two shoes, going up against this guy. I mean, come on, man. There's no way this guy wins.
Yeah. You mentioned Kamala Harris there. You talked about the 2024 Democratic campaign. Have you been reading Jill Biden's book out this week?
I haven't read her book, but I've seen her clips. What was the purpose of this?
I mean, Democratic strategists are not hugely happy, are they? I mean, so I watched her event on Wednesday night. I couldn't get in. She was at the Sixth and I Synagogue here in DC for an event with Politics and Prose, the bookstore. I couldn't get in. It was sold out in minutes, but I watched the live stream. And within a few minutes, she was asked about, well, what's the purpose? And the host referenced Andrew Bates. Do you remember him? He was a spokesman for the Biden White House. And he said, when the book came out, why are we doing this? Why are we reopening these wounds from 2024? Do we need to be hearing from Jill Biden right now? So Jill Biden was asked about it, and she clapped back pretty firmly, saying, Andrew, if you have something to say, you call me up and you say it to me. So she was sort of on the defensive from the start. Her point about this book is no, it's not settling scores from 2024. It's not beating up on the Democratic Party that ultimately moved on from her husband. Her claim is this is a book about her time in the East Wing as First Lady, the things she did, the people she met, the trips she took. And she says, you know, 2024, her husband leaving the race, that's only one chapter. But look, you know, we're coming to the midterms now. This book has dropped right now at a time when Republicans can go through all of it for attack lines. And Joe Biden himself said he has his own book coming now, and that's going to land later on this year. So just as Democrats could be moving on, thinking about 2026 and the midterms when they have a really good chance of taking the House, possibly even taking the Senate, as we've discussed plenty of times. You know what they're going to be discussing? They're going to be discussing stuff that happened 2 years ago and reminding everybody that their candidates that year were Joe Biden and then Kamala Harris, two ultimately rather unpopular choices who lost to Donald Trump. So again, the Democrats can't help themselves. They have a good, potentially a good story to tell this year, but they're going to get caught up in the history all over again.
Well, it's unfortunate timing, I guess, for them. These wounds from the Biden thing. I mean, I think, you know, she said she's not settling scores, but it kind of, I mean, I did read excerpts of that one chapter. I would really care less about the other parts of the book, but it seemed like there was some score settling going on, and
Yeah.
she's been very defensive, Rob, and you pointed that out on the live stream you saw. Rob Crilly with us. Vic will get to you in a minute. Rob wants to take your calls, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Rob, White House Correspondents' Dinner. We're both members until they kick me out again, which I expect. I got, because I get kicked out of everything, as you know. So, unintended. But I get an email from our president, who's a very nice young lady, by the way. I can never say her name, but she's really, really nice. She sent out a meeting and it said it was rescheduled. I've been so busy with baseball here in Morgantown and other things I'm doing. I didn't have a chance to read it. I just noted the date. I think it was July 25th. What is the deal with this? Can you give us insight? Like somebody said it was more intimate, and are they getting a refund for the people that don't get the tables, or how are they going to?
You know what? It doesn't really matter whether or not you've read the email. There hasn't been a lot of information yet. You know, the message is very clear that we're not going to let a crazy guy with a gun derail what is supposed to be one of the big events of the year. So look, full kudos to the Correspondents' Dinner. Weijia Jiang, CBS News, has done a pretty, actually, compared with some other presidents, hasn't done a bad job of leading the organization. I have a lot of time for her. So the plan is very much to go ahead, but with a change of venue. You know, the event is traditionally held at the Washington Hilton. They're talking now about having it at the old Trump Hotel. What is it now? Waldorf Astoria, which doesn't have the huge facilities, the huge ballroom of the Hilton. So it's going to be smaller. And the message is, you know, if you paid for a table, there should be a table for you there. Now it's smaller, so they're not going to get everybody in. I don't know how they're going to do that. I really don't know how they're going to do it. The message going around journalists, and I don't think this is confirmed, is that news organizations are basically just going to get fewer tables. You know, if you're a Bloomberg or an AP and you had 8 tables or 10 tables, you might just get one table, I think, in order to hit.
Well, that's the way it should be. I mean, what aggravated me the last time is, you know, we paid for a table and, you know, sent them the $5,000 or whatever it is. And, you know, they came back and said, well, we don't have the room. We're going to give you one ticket, which really pissed me off because, like, you know, what am I supposed to tell my wife? You know, you're the CEO and you can't go. I mean, come on, man. It's bullshit. Excuse me. Hit the button. Okay. I'm sorry. It was total baloney. And then you get, you know, Bloomberg's got 10 tables. CNN's got 15 tables. Come on. That was just stupid. I mean, you got to give the people that are members, you got to give them an opportunity. And so that really fried me. So I'm not sure if I'll even get the one ticket again. Who knows? I guess they'll come up with something.
I mean, the good news is that the president's planning to attend, and of course, it's always a much more interesting, lively event when the president, whoever that is, it's always better when he's there. And of course, there are key parts to the dinner. You know, it's an award ceremony for White House correspondents, so people who've won awards will get their moment in the sun. It's also a fundraiser for young journalists. So that's a part of the process, recognizing the young journalists that will be part of that sort of intern program. So look, I mean, it's going to go ahead. It's clearly going to be a smaller event. We don't know if there's going to be the same sort of speaking program. You remember there was an entertainer booked, a mentist. So a lot of the details still to be worked
But there is
out.
a date. It's July 25th, and I like Ouija. I think she's done a good job, and you know, she's frustrated. Like my interaction with her has always been positive, and you know, my one complaint is you keep sending out emails and saying you can't put tripods and cameras in the aisle, but they continue to stack the aisle with bags and tripods and cameras. You can't do it, and I'm like, you got to enforce it. And she says, I have no ability to do that. That's got to come from White House comms, and they don't do it either. So you and I, Rob, have to stand up, and I stand up on the left-hand side. I've done that forever. That's where I stand. But now, like, there's 19 cameras and tripods. Take those outside. Like, my camera's outside. Like, I don't bring it in there. And if you want it, you wait till it's over, and then you bring it in. But they're all stacked up in the aisle. It's just, the foreign correspondents are rude. I just got to be honest with you. They're rude. A lot of the conservative bloggers, or whatever you want to call them, whatever you want to say, the TikTokers or something. I mean, there's a lot of rudeness going on in there, and I find it very distasteful. I really do.
Yeah,
I want to go in there. It's bad enough that you got to stand like a sardine and you can't breathe, but the level of rudeness is really what fries me. And all those cameras, like, take them outside. They don't belong there. It says right in the rules, you can't. It's a fire hazard, but we can't do anything about it. But that's my tale of woe. Hey, Rob, hang a minute, because I got Vic on the line. I got to go to break. Just hang with us a minute. I got Vic coming up. He's got a question for you on Plattner. We're going to be right back on the John Fredericks Media Network. Stay with us.
Hey folks, Al Green here for Sat Phone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need Sat Phone. Sat phones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your Sat phone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your Sat phone. Call now.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's gonna ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Live from the NCAA baseball tournament in Morgantown, West Virginia, this is a special edition of the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself some peanuts and Cracker Jacks, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who tells his players to just keep swinging, John Fredericks.
Here on the John Fredericks Media Network, News Talk Sports. Great to have you with us. Coming to you live in Morgantown, West Virginia, right outside of Kendrick Family Ballpark. We are rocking and rolling. The Mountaineers baseball team, 2 games away from going to Omaha. We're going to be there. Never miss that. This place is going to be rocking. You can see our bus right in front of the stadium, our WV Sports Nation bus. All your information on the West Virginia Mountaineers. I don't care where you live, Atlanta, Nashville, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. Gotta love these Mountaineers. They're going to Omaha. Just go to WVSportsNation.com, WVSportsNation.com, download our app there, and you're good to go. Now, you're probably saying, well, what about if I need internet service? Where do I go? Well, let me tell you about my Starlink Mini. This thing rocks, okay? This thing, I fit this, it's right over there. I fit this in my briefcase. It's called the Starlink Mini. It's this big. I got it right over there. This big, right? And I got the big one on the media bus up on top. But when I travel, I take my Starlink Mini, and it's $169. This thing is like they're giving it away, right? Now, here's the thing. I don't need jetpacks. I don't need anything. I got rid of all that. All I got to do is put it right by a window. Yeah, if you're in a hotel, you got a balcony. That's even easier. Put it there. You're in your car. You open up the sunroof. You plug it in your cigarette lighter. Boom. You got 100% coverage. You got the speeds are crazy because it's satellite. This is the greatest invention ever made by Elon Musk. And all you got to do, and it's putting jetpacks out of business. Just go to sat123.com. You own a business, you need this. Go to sat123.com, look up their Starlink Mini. This thing is rocking. Now, like, why even have Comcast in your house? Pay all that money if you've got, no matter where you are, if you can put this on the, just outside on the porch, window, it can rain on it, snow on it, it's got a heater. Doesn't matter. It's this big. $169, and then you pay, I pay $50 a month, and I get all the internet I need. I get all the download speed I need. Like, why would I do anything else? Why would I do Comcast or Verizon, spend all that money when I got my Starlink? Portable, I can take it with me. Brilliant. Sat123.com, it's right there. Got a special on it now. Go to sat123.com. All right, we got JD Hayworth coming up, but I got to get back to Rob Crilly. Rob, thank you for being with us. Follow Rob on Secrets. Go to WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets, and you're good to go. Rob, you got a call. You got a question here from Vic in Florida. Vic, you're on with Rob Crilly. Go ahead, Vic.
Good morning, gentlemen. Gentlemen, one of the things that I see missing here, and including in the New York Times, is the tremendous damage that Graham Plattner's candidacy has done to the Democrat Party in Maine. And as an amateur student of Maine politics, that's what I've been paying close attention to. I think that this guy Plattner is turning into the incredible shrinking candidate. It's easy for a guy like me with a twisted sense of humor to riff away on a guy like Graham Plattner. You know, you look at his base audience and you see a bunch of guys with red beards and plaid shirts and tattoos. They look like any minute somebody's going to throw the big one, you know, the Sieg Heil. And but that's a small population. I believe Susan Collins is going to win that race. I think that in the first congressional district, Paul LePage will be elected, and I believe in the governor's race we'll have a Republican in the State House again. But he has done tremendous damage up there. The only reporters that go to Maine, they go to Portland and they talk to a few people who used to live in Massachusetts, and they don't really see the larger picture, gentlemen. That's my humble opinion, and I will be up there, John and Rob, in a couple of weeks, and I speak to people up there all the time.
Talk to people, and you can be my you can be my citizen journalist reporter on the street. Get yourself a little camera, get yourself a little
hey John
phone thing, and you're
John and Rob.
Get yourself a mini Starlink so you can get a good internet connection. Costs you $169. Go to sat123.com. Get that, and then get a decent phone. And then you can be my roving reporter in Maine. We can have you come on live.
Okay. Well, you know what, John? You're always trying to sell something, John. I love you. You're a pure capitalist. Absolutely. That's terrific. Hey, John and Rob.
Well, wait a minute. One thing I got to say, though. One thing I got to say, Rob. I can't let this go, Rob Crilly. And we haven't given Rob a chance to respond. But I can't let this go. Now, you said you were dissing. You said people with red beards. Okay, well, that's not fair. Some people have red hair. And then you said, and people with tattoos. Now, you're dissing those that partake in in body art, which is like me, like I'm tattooed, head to foot. So, what I mean, that's kind of pigeonholing me. That's not very nice. Ooh, no response. Well, Larry, no response from Vic in Florida.
But when you look at
wait a minute, no response.
Audience.
Don't be dissing people with tattoos. I mean, come on, man.
No, I'm not dissing people with tattoos. John, I honestly didn't know. I didn't know you had tattoos, John. You've been concealing this. You're going to have to come out there with one of those.
I got two major sleeves. I mean, look, I don't do my show with shirtless dude. All right, I got to.
Well, that's what we're all waiting for. No, we're going to get you. We're going to get a picture of you and a picture of Plattner, put them side by side. What do you think about that, John?
My tattoos are better.
And well, we don't know, John. You're
the final thing is, I'm going to say, Rob, let me get.
Wait a minute, John.
There's some polling out this morning that is interesting and speaks to this from Tony Fabrizio, Trump's pollster for Pine Tree Results PAC, who are backing Susan Collins. But they ran the favorable, unfavorable question on Plattner. And in January, he was running at 35% favorable, 29% unfavorable. And what's happened, this poll was taken earlier this week. And what's happened is people have got to know Graham Plattner. Both numbers have gone up. So he's now running at 40% of respondents have a favorable impression of him. But his unfavorables have gone up much, much higher. So they're now at 49%. So he's gone from essentially plus 6% to minus 9%. And the point I think that Tony Fabrizio is making is the more that voters know about Graham Plattner. Remember, he sort of came from nowhere, and as this has gone along, we've learned more about him. You know, his awkward tattoo with Nazi connotations. Now, of course, we've been hearing a lot more about his drinking, his treatment of women, and past relationships. And the more voters have come to know about him, the less favorable they see him. And the result is at present in this poll, you have Collins and Plattner tied at 46% on the ballot. Now, if Plattner stays around, I think, as we discussed previously, Collins has this in the bag. More voters know about Plattner, the less they seem to like him. So that's where we are now. And Democrats, as we were discussing,
he's dead in the water. Okay, the guy is dead. Yeah. And as far as I've said this before, and then I got to go to J.D. Hayworth. As far as the Nazi connotation tattoo, and what he said was just a lie. Those of us that understand how to get tattoos, first of all, you got to be over 18. Nobody will do it if you're under 18. They'll go to jail. So that's number one. He said he was drunk. Okay, that's not the way it works. You don't walk in and have that detail of a tattoo done when you're drunk. Okay, you got to go in. You got to make an appointment. You've got to get the design. They got to stencil it in. You got to approve it. It takes the tattoo that size takes hours. I mean, I've got some that I've sat in that chair because I don't like to go back 14 hours. I mean, that size of that one he's got, that's a 6-hour tattoo. You just don't say, I walked in drunk and got it. It's not the way it works. So that's a complete lie. That thing was planned out. None of, if it's like 1 inch or something, yeah, you can do that. But something elaborate like that, it takes hours and hours and hours in that chair. So he's a liar about that. And then he could have had it removed. He never had it removed. I mean, there's a procedure for that. That takes even longer. But he didn't do any of that. So the guy's a liar, and he's gonna get crushed. Rob, I gotta go. I gotta get J.D. Hayworth. Rob Curley, thank you. Vic, thank you. Follow Rob, WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. WashingtonExaminer.com/secrets. Joining me now, J.D. Hayworth, former Congressman, Arizona. J.D., thank you for your patience. Sorry for the wait. Big Pharma ripping us off again.
Well, I had to have my glasses because it's dark 30 out here, dark 50 out here in Arizona, Johnny F. But what is going on now? While you have 40% of Americans skipping some of their prescription drugs because of the costs, listen to this. Reporting from Biospace indicates the highest paid pharmaceutical CEOs collectively took home $157.8 million in 2025, a 24% increase over the previous year. And several big pharma CEOs saw how about this raise in salary? More than $10 million a year. So look, I'm a guy, I appreciate capitalism. We've talked before about Donald Trump. I mean, he's a billionaire, but there's a difference between profiting and profiteering. And that's where we are right now with big pharma. And what we're seeing now with executive compensation, John, we're all talking about polls as we're getting ready for the midterms. You and I have talked about this before, and our latest polling indicates this. 94% of the American people say there's one cause for the affordability crisis in medicine, and it's big pharma. Our polling also indicates 73% of Americans, or certainly over 70%, have a big problem with executive compensation. Again, the American people are way out front on this issue, and I'd be remiss. I know you appreciate this, Johnny F. Always got to put in the website, pharmareformalliance.com, pharma with a PH.
Pharmareformalliance.com. Okay, we're going to be promoting that. Some of the numbers you bring up are stunning. I mean, people are suffering. They can't afford prescription drugs, and these CEOs are making more money than ever. I had Dr. Oz on my show yesterday, and we talk about record profits from, like, just take one of them, the biggest, United Healthcare. Record profits. Their profits up this year 25%. How are their profits up 25% and we can't afford basic prescriptions for our seniors? Like, how does that math compute, J.D. Hayworth?
Well, what happens is, and again, and I appreciate the fact that you have me back as a repeat guest, some would say a repeat offender. But, we take a look at this, John, and let's not forget, right after the start of the year, as soon as 2025 was gone, we're on the 2026 calendar, you've seen price hikes on close to 1,000 pharmaceutical drugs. And yeah, there are some headlines about, hey, look what we're doing with GLP drugs, look what we're doing here and there. But it's really a delaying tactic, which again gets back to codifying most favored nation status. When you go to the website, farmerreformalliance.com, what Big Pharma thinks it can do is wait out President Trump. But what my old colleagues on Capitol Hill are finding, when you've got, again, numbers in the high 70s, people saying, we're going to support candidates who stand up to Big Pharma. And then when we talk about getting things done legislatively, the heat is on both parties. They've got to have something constructive for the American people. Codifying most favored nation status, really dealing with affordability and prescription drugs can give the folks on the Hill something to go home and talk about when in town hall meetings, inevitably people say, why aren't you guys doing anything up there? You sit and you argue and you get the TikTok videos, but what else is going on? And this will give members of Congress a chance for their own proof of performance. But right now, the proof of performance for CEOs and the C-suite executives when it comes to Big Pharma is, disappointing for the American people and costly.
JD, what do you think of Trump RX?
I think, since you're there in Morgantown and you remember the great baseball movie, Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. President Trump's an infrastructure guy, whether it's the information superhighway or whatever, and some other guys are into this. I think it is another tool that we have to get things done, and it's in place. In stark contrast to, remember, how long did it take to get a website online for Obamacare? Remember those days? I mean, compare and contrast. But again, I don't want to make this partisan because this issue hits everybody, Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, Vegetarian. If you're American, you have a problem with Big Pharma and you're way out front of Washington. And again, we've talked about the record spending, which continues on. So, in both the Democrat caucus, and I know from experience in the Republican conference, hey, keep your powder dry. You can't keep your powder dry on this issue much longer if you hope to keep your job as a member of Congress or that 1/3 of the U.S. Senate coming up this November.
Don't you think that Trump RX and the fact that they're bringing drug prices down, which is, the fake news media has not even mentioned for 10 seconds, don't you think that should be a core messaging point for the Republicans going to the midterms?
Well, the big thing I see, and, we've talked about it before, and there was a little different dynamic. You and I were around back when old Bill Clinton was there. And when we got welfare reform done, now, granted, he was the guy who was reticent. But as Dick Morris told me the story, he went in and said, hey, look, Mr. President, people may not understand micro and macroeconomics, but they understand 3 strikes and you're out. And look, it's real simple. They've sent this bill up here. People want welfare reform that requires work. And so we sent the exact same bill back again. Mr. Clinton said they put in important new safeguards. Well, he may have meant about his own reelection. And we got that done in 96, where we returned a Republican majority to the House and Senate. And of course, Mr. Clinton hung on to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Well, that's because he signed that bill and he said, I'm going to end welfare as you know it. And his poll numbers shot up when he did that. Bill Clinton today, if governing that way, would probably be a Republican based on what you
Well, you can recall he was going around moping, saying, "Oh, we're all Eisenhower Republicans now," because we dragged him back from where Hillary and the left was taking him. But again, this is the truth. Regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, this is hitting everybody in the pocketbook except the C-suite of Big Pharma and the CEOs. And when you see this, look, it's one thing for shareholder returns, but what about stakeholders? What about patients? And the American people are running out of patience as we're headed for Election Day. And again, you have a great a group of viewers and listeners, and that's why it's so important for them to go to pharmareformalliance.com and to sign the Most Favored Nation, the MFN petition. It's right up there in the corner.
This is so critical because we've got to get public enthusiasm behind what you guys are doing, because it's only through the public pressure that you're going to bring these prices down. And when you outline the increases of CEO pay for these people that have been gouging us for years, and they just keep making more money and then them getting more money on our backs, I mean, that is just, there should be an uprising over that. That's what you guys are trying to do.
And I think the American people, again, our polling indicates the American people get it. And as so often is the case, official Washington, well, let's hold off here. How do we keep this? How do we keep everybody happy? Look, when you have a choice between the people and the CEOs, it's pretty simple. You got to dance with who brung you. And it ain't the CEOs, it's the voters in your district or your state.
JD, do me a favor. I really want to follow up with you personally on it. I just looked at my phone. I don't have your number. Right in that chat box there, if you can give Dan your mobile.
The private chat box, the comments on the other, we can tell we're getting to election time. Yes, but on our custom-made way to get it done, brother, I will get it to you. And
yeah, just right in that box there, which is just me and Dan.
Everybody, I see it right down there.
Yeah,
yes,
just put your mobile in there. That only goes to me and Dan. And I'm going to call you up after the game today, and just be sure that I've got more information. I've got to get the information on your website. We got to get those petitions out there, and just kind of walk me through the whole thing that we can do offline. So give me your number there. We're good to go.
We'll do it.
Let's get to ultimate objective. Your ultimate objective with this short term. What is it?
Well, the ultimate objective is to see Americans. It's the same goal the president has, to bring prices down where Americans are not paying 3 times as much as the rest of the developed world. It's all about making America healthy again and making America great again, and truly putting patients and Americans first rather than putting them last. The president has been out front on this. And I've talked about it before. You can't spell Trump without TR. He has energy in the executive. He is working to get this done. And it is time for the legislative branch to come along with him and realize the goals that he set forth now, over a year ago, in terms of his executive order for most favored nation status. So that is what we're looking for. Bringing prices down, making them affordable, not with the heavy hand of government, but with restructuring the whole patent situation. For example, patent ticketing and all the things that delay intellectual property and generics getting on the market. Fantabulous Johnny F., if we just had traditional patent law doing this, I've seen figures that say that the cost of pharmaceuticals could be reduced close to 80%. So the
look, we've been subsidizing cheap pharmaceuticals going to Europe for 50 years because we pay for all the R&D. They don't pay for anything. Trump has fixed that. But this is absolutely critical. I want people to go to pharmareformalliance.com, pharmareformalliance.com. You can check out there, sign their petition. J.D. Hayworth, former congressman, Arizona, now the spokesperson, and stay on the line after we go. Put your number in that chat, and I'm going to call you up today because I think you guys are onto something. JD, thank you. It's always great to have you with us. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. News Talk Sports right here, coming to you live in Morgantown, Scene of the Super Baseball Regionals. They're going to Omaha. Stay with us. We'll be right back with your calls. 888-480-JOHN.
WJFN W224EB 93.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Barnair, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB Port.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. The Senate has passed legislation to fund President Trump's immigration enforcement agencies. It happened early this morning. This came after weeks of delays and fierce backlash to an unrelated $1.776 billion settlement fund that threatened to derail the bill. Senators voted for the $70 billion legislation to fund immigration and customs enforcement and border patrol for the next 3 years. Stalled ceasefire talks. More from Karen Chamas.
Hezbollah has rejected the latest ceasefire agreement reached between Israel and the Lebanese government, demanding a complete Israeli withdrawal. Thursday's announcement came as Israeli strikes killed at least 4 people and a UN peacekeeper. A statement by Hezbollah's leader, Naim Qasim, was read out by a news presenter for Hezbollah's Al-Manar news station. In the statement, Qasim said the agreement's demand that Hezbollah fighters leave southern Lebanon under fire would mean surrender, defeat, and achieving the enemy's goals. He added, "What we're concerned about is an end to the aggression, ceasefire, and Israel's withdrawal." I'm Karen Chamas.
The United States imposing sanctions on Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel, his wife, and 3 other individuals. The action, the latest move by the Trump administration to pressure the island's leadership. It drew immediate condemnation from Havana. American Airlines temporarily suspending some of its routes for this summer. Bill Alexander with a report.
It's because steep jet fuel costs continue to strain carriers' budgets amid the war with Iran. In a statement, American said it had adjusted service for select routes in August and September and that impacted travelers would be offered alternative arrangements or refunds. American said the changes were in line with wider industry trends.
More on these stories from townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
The U.S. stepping up its investment in coal as President Trump doubles down on his commitment to bolster the fossil fuel industry.
We will protect 14 coal plants and 42 coal mines. It's a tremendous number. And build 2 new coal plants and 1 massive new export terminal because we're exporting coal. Coal's a great business, really a big business, and it's real power. It's in terms of power, there's really nothing like it.
$700 million will be spent to support coal-fired power plants. Lawyers delivering opening statements in the trial of a former Texas high school athlete who is accused of fatally stabbing a 17-year-old competitor from a rival team at a track meet. A prosecutor said Carmelo Anthony provoked Austin Metcalf before stabbing him in the chest. Anthony's lawyer says the teen was defending himself. News at townhall.com. The future of 60 Minutes at CBS News unclear after longtime correspondent Scott Pelley was fired. Laura Winters has the report.
Scott Pelley's time at 60 Minutes is over. He's been fired from the program. CBS hired new management to monitor bias and make the show more fair and balanced. But that has not been sitting well with some longtime on-air and off-air employees. Bias has been an issue since the Dan Rather days. He was let go from CBS after a 60 Minutes piece back in 2004 about former President George W. Bush's service in the Texas Air National Guard. The story relied on unverified documents, and Rather was forced to apologize on air.
Tyco Fire Products, the manufacturer of firefighting foam that contaminated the water supply in northeast Wisconsin with PFAS chemicals for decades, has now agreed to a $10 million settlement with the state. More on these stories at townhall.com.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
I'm Congressman John Rose. Without free and fair elections, we don't have a republic. Only U.S. citizens should vote in American elections. In Tennessee, we call that common sense. The Save America Act requires proof of citizenship to register and photo ID to vote. 83% of Americans support it. President Trump supports it. And I've voted for it 3 times. But each time we pass it in the House, it dies in the Senate. That's why I'm calling on my Senate colleagues to do the right thing, end the filibuster, and send the Save America Act to President Trump's desk. The House has done its job. Now the Senate must do theirs. No more excuses. No more delays. I'm John Rose. Our republic depends on their courage.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now. Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old.
Live from the NCAA baseball tournament in Morgantown, West Virginia, this is a special edition of the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself some peanuts and Cracker Jacks, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who tells his players to just keep swinging, John Fredericks.
Ah, you got him, John Fredericks Live, TGIF. News Talk Sports right here. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America. Truth and clarity right here. Coming to you live from Morgantown today, right outside of Kendrick Family Ballpark. Our WVSN bus right here, WV Sports Nation. This thing is rocking and rolling, home of the Super Regionals. First time ever in Motown. And you don't want to miss this. Cal Poly coming in. See ya. Have a nice flight back to wherever you came from. This thing's over in 2 games on Saturday, and then we're going to Omaha, and we are fired up. You can't be more fired up than you are right now. So we got a lot going on. And, of course, this segment, one of our great sponsors for all these tournaments, Vision Homes, my good friend Rocky Simmons. Don't forget our pregame show, 11 o'clock. Let's see. Yeah. What, 10? Yeah, 11. So, or I think earlier than that. I got all mixed up. It's coming on, though. Right. What time is it, Dan? 10:30? Something like that. I think 10:30 is our pregame show. So we're off at 10, and I guess we take a little break and go right on. We got the pregame show coming, so that's going to be fun, and Dan's going to be running that. So a lot of cool things going on here on the John Fredericks Media Network. And Rocky Simmons, one of our big sponsors here, Ask Vision Homes. You know, for over 30 years, Rocky and Mama Rocky and his whole family, Vision Homes, they built hundreds of custom homes right here in the Morgantown area. Their expert team, well, they'll design, they'll build a brand new custom home that fits your needs, fits your style, fits your budget. Best of all, we lock in your price before we start building, so you stay on budget guaranteed. No land yet, no worries. Vision Homes can help with that too. So whether you're a first-time home buyer looking to upgrade and build your dream home, or you're looking to downsize and simplify your living space, just go to Ask Vision Homes, askvisionhomes.com. Invest just 1 hour with them, and they'll walk you through their easy step-by-step home building process and answer any questions that you have. Just go to askvisionhomes.com, askvisionhomes.com, to see how simple it is to build your dream home. Askvisionhomes.com. And Rocky Simmons and his team, his whole family is a family company. They will take care of you, and you're good to go. So all good. And coming up in a few moments here is Bill D'Agostino, Media Director, Senior Research Analyst of Newsbusters. Do you have a clip here, Dan, that you want to run?
I do, yeah. He sent us over something, sort of a montage of anti-white racism in the media.
Okay, roll it.
What do you say to the people who dragged a poor white guy out of a car and beat him?
Oh my goodness, poor white people! Please, stop it, Carl.
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, and we have to start doing something about them. There is no travel ban on them. There is no ban on, they have the Muslim ban. There is no white guy ban. So what do we do about that?
Your book has a chapter called The End of White America.
Right.
Isn't the end of white America, as we see the rise of Hispanics, a good thing?
We have stood by to see mediocre, mealy-mouthed, snowflake white men, and I am tired of hearing mediocre white men.
I want to take a sip of this man's white tears right now.
Boston is not a white city. Boston is a city that has been complicit in the institution of whiteness.
For the last 2,000 years, most of the persecution has come from white, European-centric Christians. Your enemy is not the Palestinian people. It is white, Christian, European people.
There's something wrong with white people, and they need to own their participation in the regime of white supremacy.
Joining me now, Dr. Jonathan Metzl, gun violence expert and author of the terrific book, Dying of Whiteness.
The pillars of whiteness that perpetuate and maintain racism. And one of those pillars is the concept of individualism.
There comes a certain point in time when white people need to mind their business.
Some of the most helpful things that white people can do is shut up and listen.
It's not like O.J. Simpson was the leader of the civil rights movement of his era, you know, but he represented something for the black community in that moment, in that trial, particularly because there were 2 white people who had been killed.
A U.S. charter plane carrying dozens of South Africans, known as Afrikaners, the white ethnic minority that created and led the brutal apartheid regime in South Africa, landed in the United States of America.
So deeply and morally wrong-headed and repulsive. These are the descendants of the people who created the most diabolical system of white supremacy in human history, apartheid.
So if the Afrikaners don't actually like the land, they can leave that country.
They are. They're leaving to come here.
No. They can
These
leave
refugees
and go,
are coming here.
They can actually leave and go to where their native land is, which is probably Germany.
For these folks who have never had anything happen to them. I mean, Trump amazingly called it a genocide, one of the worst lies I've ever heard him say.
Okay, joining me now, Bill D'Agostino. Bill, we want to talk a little bit about this montage, but really how it relates to this young fella Henry Nowak's death and how that's not been covered. You want to shed a little insight on that, Bill?
Sure. I mean, so the American media are by and large completely ignoring Henry Nowak's story. There was actually the evening that we put out a study on this and that video, NBC News did actually finally for about a minute cover the Henry Nowak story. But generally, the American media have been completely silent on it. And I think the reason for that is because of the ethnic angle, right? The fact that Henry Nowak was a white victim of police violence and of an attack by somebody who was the son of immigrants in the UK basically makes the entire story a threat to the media narrative, right? I mean, it shakes up.
How is it a threat? Elaborate on that. So you have a young fella that died, which is a tragedy.
Yeah.
Just walk us through what led up to his death.
Right. So he was walking home. He was a college student. I think he was 18, and he was stabbed by a British-born Sikh who was 23 years old and carrying a Sikh ceremonial knife. I think Nowak was stabbed 5 times, and when the police arrived, they arrested and handcuffed Nowak because his assailant told the police that he was being racist to him. And the body cam footage actually came out a couple of days ago, and we can hear on the body cam he's saying repeatedly that he's been stabbed, that he can't breathe. And at one point when he says to one of the officers, "I've been stabbed," the officer says, "I don't think you have, mate." And he dies shortly after that. So I mean, this has been identified. It's even by the Berkshire Police or the Northampton Police, excuse me, has been identified as a result of DEI policies. I mean, if you look at their website, Their own policy to policing says that it doesn't mean treating everybody equally or being colorblind, which that's a remarkable red flag, right? I mean, the fact that an actual government organization is putting that on their website is crazy. But the whole thing flies in the face of the narrative that the media over here, and very much in the UK too, push routinely, which is it's this kind of Marxist framing of everything, right? It's this simplistic, childish view of white oppressor, non-white victim or oppressed, right? It's basically a transposition of the of like bourgeois and proletariat. That's why it's routinely called cultural Marxism. But that's essentially the framing of just about everything. And so the notion that there could be a white victim of an interracial killing that's not something they'll ever want to talk about. And the idea that there could be a white victim of police violence, well, no, the whites are supposed to be the police officers doing the malfeasance, right?
So what you had here is a young fellow walking home, college student, gets stabbed 5 times by an assailant who is a non-white. One of the immigrant representative of the immigrant community in this particular area. Why was he stabbed? Did they have a fight, or was he being robbed, or was he just stabbed because he was white and the other guy didn't like him?
Yeah, there doesn't seem to have been too much of an altercation beforehand. We don't know all the details of the incident. They actually couldn't really nail that down even after they convicted the guy. But it was proven that Henry Novak had not initiated at least any kind of altercation, and that it's funny that this is like necessary in British courts, but that he hadn't said anything racially insensitive. Because apparently that actually might have made his assailant less guilty in the eyes of the British law. But it was proven that was not the case.
So, and it's gotten no coverage, and your position, and I did play the montage, which is just, we take, I mean, there's not like I'm taking a position on it. The position is there. That's what they said, and you guys put it together. It is what it is, right? Bill D'Agostino with Newsbusters with us. So, Bill, basically, this has got no coverage in the UK or the United States.
Right.
In your view, based on what has happened to other people that got tremendous coverage and started riots all over the nation and burning down cities, was simply because this guy's white, and so there's no appetite for that. So,
Precisely.
The police come. This kid's been stabbed 5 times. He's bleeding to death. So when the police come and you've been stabbed 5 times, don't you see stab wounds? I mean, isn't there blood?
Should be, yeah. Should be.
So how do you not arrest the assailant with a knife,
right,
with blood on it, and then you handcuff the guy that's bleeding to death who just got attacked? Because
yeah, I mean the
attacker said racist things to me. Okay, therefore you deserve to get knifed and bleed out in the street. I mean, was that the position?
Right.
There?
Right. I mean, so my understanding of the situation is that the assailant's family basically helped clean up the scene before the police arrived, and they had called this in as like, oh, this guy is assaulting our son. He's making racially insensitive comments. He's trying to knock his turban off his head, and so the police basically showed up thinking that they were here to arrest Henry Novak. And so for whatever reason,
racially insensitive.
Yes. So for whatever reason, I guess the facts of the actual situation that they were seeing with their own eyes were not enough to convince them that, hey, maybe the wrong person called the police in this case.
So he's stabbed 5 times. That's a fact, right? That's not in dispute because he's got stab wounds, right?
Yep.
And the stab wounds were enough to cause his death. So I guess the question becomes, if the cops had just gone there, see he was stabbed, rushed him to the emergency room in the hospital, would he be alive today?
It's a distinct possibility. It's also a distinct possibility that they actually exacerbated the situation that potentially caused his death, because when they had dragged and handcuffed him, his position caused his lungs to fill with blood. And he ended up choking on his own blood. So they could very well have actually caused his death in part. That's not been litigated, but it's certainly being floated as a possibility. And I think one of the most remarkable things about this situation is, as of yet, none of these police officers have been fired. One of them has resigned, and that's it. And then the Berkshire police have just released a statement basically lambasting everybody for all the criticism that they're receiving. But
So, and it's got no, and what about the media coverage in the United Kingdom? Nothing.
there's been
all those tabloids out there. They didn't do anything with this.
There's been coverage in the United Kingdom. A considerable amount of the coverage has been basically the Keir Starmer own administration's own framing of the issue, which is, yes, people have a right to be upset. No, you ought not politicize this. Just keep it to yourself, essentially, right? That is the framing. Which, of course, when you look at all of the still up public statements from all of these public officials in the UK, from all of these journalistic outlets in the UK, addressing the killing of George Floyd, the death of George Floyd, they all say the same thing, which is you have a right to your anger, right? And they, for example, the BBC, if you look at their coverage of the protests that happened the night that the Novak body cam came out, and you compare that to their coverage in the UK of riots in the UK, which injured 27 police officers over the George Floyd incident. There's only one instance of those two in which the phrase "mostly peaceful protest" is used.
Tell us about what was the cause of the riots in this area, in Berkshire, and is that where the UK riots were, at the town it happened?
That is where it happened. There's obviously there's a lot of anger at police there. And again, I think that the difference, because look, like, riots generally are not going to accomplish anything except destroying things and probably getting a bunch of innocent people hurt. I think that the difference is the way riots were framed during the George Floyd period, right? Because you had photos of Keir Starmer kneeling, right? You had photos of police officers around the country in the UK kneeling with protesters as they burned things. And it's not like it was a murder that even happened in the UK, right? It was something that happened in the US. But yeah, it's just the double standard could not be more stark in this case. And I see very little reason to conclude anything other than, well, the race of the victim is wrong in this instance, so the media aren't going to be sympathetic to it.
So the riots in the UK against the police for what happened to Novak, those were riots protesting what happened to him. And how are they covered? How is the coverage of the, and I guess were the majority of people rioting white in the UK?
Absolutely.
So there were white people rioting. Riots are bad, as you pointed out. Destroying things are bad. Hurting innocent people are bad. It's all bad. Mostly peaceful or not, they're just bad. It shouldn't happen. So what kind of coverage did this get?
Yeah, the phrase "mostly peaceful," right, it's such a weasel phrase too, because you could say that Pearl Harbor was a mostly peaceful day, right, because the activity was condensed to like just a couple of hours in the day, right? So the majority of the day was peaceful. So it's idiotic to frame it like that. And of course, that framing is not used. We're not calling anybody out for not using that framing in this instance. You could make the argument that this was a lot more in line with how you would expect a rational media to cover riots, right? That was basically how the coverage worked. I think the frustration is the difference, right? The way that they all react during the George Floyd fiasco is with pure sympathy, right? It's basically, okay, well, these people are actually freedom fighters and they need to be given space to destroy. Whereas in this case, these are lawbreakers, these are lawless people. And the reaction of the police, of course, was also very different.
Unbelievable. The media coverage. Here's the deal, Bill. We've got, what is this, June, right? June, July, August, September, October. We got 5 months of this, Bill. You and I cover this every day. I've been saying for months that I've never seen the fake news more in a frenzy of lies right now. They are so desperate for a Democrat victory. in the House. They've already given up on the Senate. They can't win that. They are so desperate for a victory, desperate for the impeachment TV show to go on for 2 years.
Right.
That they'll lie and say anything. I mean, I go to those press briefings. They've just gotten progressively worse in there with the first 3 rows, basically the bar scene at Star Wars. I mean, they've gotten worse. The coverage is on everything. I'll open my feet to prepare my show. I get up at 3:45. And, so you go to the usual suspects, right? New York Times, Washington Post, Politico, The Hill. Tell me what's happening. 90% of the stories are negative on Trump. It doesn't matter what it is. It's all negative. I mean, it's even down to I repaired a sidewalk and took graffiti off it. Well, that's, what authoritarians do. I mean, it's down to like somebody planted a flower in D.C. Well, the National Guard shouldn't be doing that. I mean, it's just the negative stories on this guy is 90% in my town, D.C. It's incredible. And it's only going to get worse between now and then. How do we break through this?
Well, honestly, it's they don't make it easy, right? The best thing that you can do is try to synthesize the truth from reading a variety of sources. In other words, look at what details are being left out of this source, but not that source, and kind of develop an understanding of how, say, the New York Times is going to frame something versus how the Washington Post is going to frame it, et cetera. All of this is describing a lot more homework for somebody who's just trying to figure out what's going on in the world, by the way, than ever ought to be expected of the average person. I mean, it's remarkable that this conversation even needs to be had, right, in a country that picks its own elected officials based on the knowledge and deliberation of its own citizenry, that the media are so incapable of providing just basic facts and leaving it at that, right? Although, of course, that's the very reason that they are incapable of it. It's because, well, the average citizen's vote holds a lot of power, right? Because that's where all the power comes from, is by getting elected. And so, of course, manipulating people's understanding of any given situation is there's an incentive to do it, right? And so I guess it was only a matter of time before our media got this bad. It kind of makes sense from a Machiavellian point of view. But,
exactly.
It's a dire situation, and I have to say, in general, really don't pay attention to the broadcast or cable news networks like CNN, MS Now, ABC. Don't watch these little soundbite or bite-sized news report type shows, because they are basically tailor-made to misrepresent any information from any story that you're hearing about.
Bill D'Agostino, senior editor from Newsbusters. Bill, people want to follow you guys. Where do they go?
Yeah, come check us out at newsbusters.org. Follow us on X at Newsbusters. And if you're so inclined, you can follow me as well at @band_Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks
John
a lot.
Fredericks Media Network, Trucking the Truth Across America, live in Morgantown. Well, we got Super Regionals right here. It's going to be fun. We're going to be right back with your calls. 888-480-JOHN. Stay with us.
News.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-Cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
A groundbreaking new study shows that there is a safe and inexpensive potential cancer treatment, and it's a drug that many of us already know about, ivermectin. This new study shows that individuals who took ivermectin, the parasite-fighting medication that gained fame during the COVID pandemic, along with the drug mebendazole, saw remarkable results in their battles with cancer. These incredibly promising results have many Americans wondering where they can obtain U.S.-made ivermectin and mebendazole. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from wellness company doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company is making 100% American-made ivermectin and mebendazole available at an incredibly affordable price point. Say no to Big Pharma's greed and no to Big Pharma's poisons, and say yes to a company that you can trust to bring you safe, affordable, and effective treatments. If you or someone you love is interested in trying ivermectin and mebendazole, then I urge you to go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use the promo code Godzilla to save 10%.
I'm John Rose, and I have the honor of representing Tennessee's 6th Congressional District in Congress. As my time in Washington comes to an end, I want you all to know that I plan to finish strong. That means helping as many of you as I can between now and January. So if you are having any issues with a federal agency, please reach out. Whether you're having difficulty getting a passport, you're waiting for an IRS refund, or you're being denied a medical claim by the VA, my team and I are ready to help. Constituent services is one of the most important things I do as your elected representative. You can reach out at johnrose.house.gov or call my office at 202-225-4231. Again, that number is 202-225-4231. I'm John Rose, serving you.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Live from the NCAA baseball tournament in Morgantown, West Virginia, this is a special edition of the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself some peanuts and Cracker Jacks, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who tells his players to just keep swinging, John Fredericks.
Well, we got them back. Baseball day, West Virginia University. We're fired up today. Super Regionals right here. They start. Want to get your calls, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Join me now, Frank Cassidy, former Federal Housing Commissioner and assistant of the of HUD, Secretary of Housing, in the show with us today. And Frank, thank you for joining us. We're right outside of Kendrick Family Ballpark here in Morgantown, West Virginia. Finally got out of the bubble in Washington, D.C. This is baseball fever going on right here. 2 wins, and the Mountaineers go to the College World Series, first time ever in Omaha. And best 2 out of 3, it's not going to make it past Saturday. I already told the people here from Cal Polytech, nice kids, nice families. Be sure you book your plane for Saturday afternoon because no sense spending a hotel on Saturday night because you're going to be out in 2 games. But thanks for coming, and don't forget to participate in all the area restaurants so we can make plenty of money off you, and then you can go back to California. So it's good to have you here. Frank, thanks for joining us today. Just give us an overview of, from your perspective, what you see now in your areas of expertise in the administration, Frank.
John, thanks for having me. You're in the right spot.
going into the weekend here, so hope you enjoy that. Sounds like it's going to be a blast. So I spent the last year serving as President Trump's Federal Housing Commissioner and HUD Assistant Secretary for Housing. So oversaw FHA's $2 trillion mortgage insurance portfolio, which essentially guarantees mortgages primarily for first-time homeowners. So it's the gateway to home ownership. When you look at what's going on in the country right now, the average age of the first-time homeowner is now up to 40 years old. It used to be in its 20s back in the day. So we're becoming a nation of renters. President Trump and his administration prioritized single-family home ownership, and we wanted to get that age of the first-time home buyer down. When Americans own homes, they create equity, they have skin in the game, they make a mortgage payment, they pay taxes. So we are very focused on using the power of the Federal Housing Administration and the platform to send that message to Americans. Let's buy homes, let's build the family, and let's create equity.
All right, so Frank, detail for us, for our listeners and viewers across the country. We've heard a lot about that President Trump is very, very concerned about the lack of young family home ownership, that we're, like you said, becoming a nation of renters rather than owners. What specifically has the administration done that is going to provide an opportunity for younger people to get into home ownership?
Well, if you look at the road to housing bill that is in the House right now, I went to the Senate, to the House. I believe it's back in the Senate now. That will be the biggest piece of housing legislation to ever pass Congress, and it will happen under President Trump's watch. What that does is deregulate and streamline a lot of the federal housing agencies, which should support more supply coming online. If we're going to make housing more affordable, we need to build more of it. President Trump is a builder. He's a developer. He's actually built housing. So he understands the supply side economics. Let's build more housing. Let's deregulate. Let's streamline. Over the Biden years, they put in so much bureaucratic red tape, and it hindered new development. For example, on the FHA multifamily side of things, every development of a multifamily apartment building essentially needed to get a green energy certification in order to get an FHA multifamily insured loan at the lowest interest rate. So day one, when I stepped into the administration in April, we pulled back that requirement. It was an ideologically driven green mandate, and we lowered all multifamily mortgage insurance premiums to 25 basis points across the board. So because of President Trump's bold action to deregulate and streamline, we made a lot of headway this past year. Driving supply side initiatives, making housing ultimately more affordable.
So let me ask you this. So you got the one issue is regulation, and the regulation doesn't lead to my son buying a home, right?
Yep.
But what it leads to is getting rid of those increased supply of homes. Mm-hmm. So right now you don't have enough supply. You don't have enough homes being built. So that's
John, 20 to 40%, 20 to 40% of the cost of new housing is some form of bureaucratic government red tape. So what President Trump is trying to do is incentivize local municipalities and governments to deregulate and streamline the home building process. So ultimately we can build more housing. Additionally, we need to get younger folks like your son buying homes. I was 20 years old when I bought my first home. I was a sophomore in college. Me and a couple buddies were looking to move off campus, and the owner of the property said you could rent it for $1,500 a month, or you could buy it for $200,000. I was 20 years old, didn't have any money. I said I'd buy it. Figured out I'd get an FHA insured loan, put down 3.5%. So I put down $7,000. Back then in 2010, they had the first time home buyer tax credit. So I actually got $8,000 back from the government, put $7,000 down, got an FHA insured loan, had my three buddies live with me and pay $500 a month each rent, covering the mortgage. It's those type of examples that we need to do a better job of educating younger Americans that the financing is out there. Programs like FHA, which have been around since 1934, support home ownership.
But it's still, Bill. I'm sorry, Frank. It's still tied to the cost of money. So, back then you could put 3.5% down. Now you can't do that. You got to put.
Well, you still can. So with FHA, John, you can put down 3.5%. an FHA insured mortgage from a private lender will finance the rest. A lot of Americans don't know that.
So what is, okay, other than interest rates are higher and education and housing supply is down, Frank, what is, when you say educate people, why do so many people now prefer to rent, younger people? Why do they do that? Is it they can't afford it? Is it they don't know what the future is going to be? It's easier. What is it?
I think, John, really it's a combination of both. I'm 36, turning 37 years old, and some of my friends don't even own homes yet. I think that younger Americans are getting married later. They're having kids later. Part of it is the convenience factor. Part of it is that housing prices have skyrocketed. Interest rates have gone up, although President Trump just installed a new Fed chair and rates should be coming down. But I think it's really a combination of both. Back when you were growing up, John, the average age of the first-time home buyer was in its mid-20s, and now we're close to 40. So we really need to get that average age of the first-time home buyer down. When you own a home, it's the fastest way to create long-term wealth.
Why'd you leave the administration?
So I was there for a year, really since day one. I'd always told the administration that I do, a year to a year and a half. I was commuting between Philadelphia and DC, and we had my wife was 8 months pregnant at the time when I went in. I'd always been in the private sector, 14 years. So I went in, did my service, got done what we needed to do, and now I'm spending time with my wife and young daughter, and returning to the private sector.
Yeah, but now you don't get to ride Amtrak every day. So.
There you go, John. Amtrak Excella. I was doing the 6:50 a.m. every morning.
See, I tell you what, I'm such a believer in Amtrak. There's not, no, people that are not in the Northeast don't get how great Amtrak is now, especially since they've refurbished Union Station. I mean, Union Station under Biden, you'd go in there, you'd smell urine, weed, that people be defecating on it. It was disgusting. Garbage all over the place. I mean, you'd have to basically hold your nose walking out of there. Plus, there's all these panhandlers right in the lobby.
Crazy.
Those are all gone. Now it's like palatial. So,
and if you do the Acela from Philly to DC, I mean, you can get there in an hour 35 to an hour 45 minutes. It's amazing how many Congress people you see on that train.
Yeah, I know, because it's convenient and early. And now they got the super fast one called like Acela Plus or something. So they got that going on. But look, I'm a big believer in Amtrak. I always thought you need National Rail. I'm always on them for fixing the rail from I think it's New Orleans to Mobile. That blew up in the hurricane. They never fixed it. They're like, well, we do a ridership study. We don't have it. Well, if you build it, they'll go on it. It's not there. Nobody's going to do it if it's not there. It's stupid. All right. You served with President Trump's nominee to DNI, who was come under tremendous fire by the congressional libtards on the Democratic side. Why do they hate this guy so much?
Well, Bill is a great friend. He's done a great job. Like me, he comes from the private sector, and he jumped in day one, overseeing Fannie and Freddie, and he really cut a lot of government bloat. He did a phenomenal job. He got results. The president trusts him. He's very close to the president. And when you look at the position of Director of National Intelligence, that position is very close to the president. They have an office in the White House, and their job is to essentially work with other intelligence agencies to gather the intel, figure out what's real, what isn't. The president needs somebody that he can count on, who he trusts, and who has shown loyalty to him. And that's ultimately why he picked Bill Pulte for this position. Bill's been incredibly loyal, and he's has a proven track record of getting results.
So why is he under fire?
Well, look, I think the Democrats are saying that Bill doesn't have the right background, right? But President Trump also often looks for people who have unconventional backgrounds. Look at President Trump. At one time, they said he didn't have the right background. And look at the job that he's gone on to do. What the president prioritizes is leaders that have a proven track record of getting results. It's not the same playbook of picking somebody that comes from the DC establishment. President Trump wants new people in there,
that he can trust. And I think the Democrats are just looking for any opportunity to attack the president and the administration.
Look, I think it's a great choice. Outsider, it's going to get a fresh perspective. Trusted, loyal, a competent executive, which you need in that position. Very insightful, understands President Trump's agenda. So, I thought it was an awesome pick myself.
But it'll be interesting to see, right? Because Bill's initially, my understanding is he'll go in at the end of the month here, June. Tulsi Gabbard is staying till the end of June. So Bill will go in July 1 as acting. So that will allow him, I believe, to serve 210 days in the acting capacity. The president said yesterday that Bill was not going to be nominated for the position because that would require a new Senate confirmation. So, he'll go in for 7 months here, and we'll see what he uncovers.
Well, that's why I thought it was a brilliant pick, because he would have a hard time getting through Senate confirmation, and the president certainly doesn't want to deal with that going into the midterms and all the attacks that are going to come. So you were very passionate in talking about HUD and FHA, but Bill was ahead of that. Now he's not. You were there. You're not.
So Bill is the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, which oversees Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
Right.
I was head of the Federal Housing Administration, which sits under HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development.
But both of you are not in that position. You're not, and coming July 1st, he's not. And you were just
So Bill is going to stay on board as the FHFA director, in addition to the acting director of the National Intelligence Agency.
No, we both know, Frank. We both know that's like ridiculous. Okay, there's so many hours in a day.
That's true.
Incoming, come on, man. You're incoming DNI. Everything that's going on in this country. I mean, I'm sure that Tulsi Gabbard didn't have 2 jobs. Okay, so everything that's going on, everything that's happening with election integrity and everything else, and we're in the middle of a war, right? DNI is a 19-hour day job. And now you're also going to be keeping the other position. I mean, that's just not real. Plus, his number 1 lieutenant is gone. That's Frank Cassidy. You're gone. So what do we do there? I mean, because you were very passionate about what you guys were accomplishing there, and now there's no leadership there.
Well, look, Bill's still in the role full-time till the end of the month. When he transitions to acting director of DNI, he will still continue to hold his post at FHFA. Bill's a smart guy. He's been there almost a year and a half now. I have confidence that he'll be able to take on both roles.
Okay, well, I don't see how he's going to do that, but do they have a replacement for Frank Cassidy? You?
There is somebody, one of my former colleagues is in there right now in the acting capacity.
See, I understand your situation, but it's tough to get something done in 15 months, right? I mean,
really the president day one empowered his people to get results, right? And we were very successful the first year going in there and slashing a lot of this bureaucratic red tape, deregulating and streamlining. For example, lowering the multifamily interest rates to the interest rate out of 25 basis points across the board. That's something that has never been done in the history of FHA. Brought immediate relief to developers across the country, and it removed the Biden era green energy requirements. So we were able to really get a laundry list of accomplishments done within that first year.
So outline for us, you've got a young person, let's say they're 25. Let's just take an average 25-year-old. They're 25, they're out of college, they have a job, they're renting, right? Maybe it's in DC, maybe it's in Philadelphia, maybe it's in Billings, Montana. But they got a job and they're renting, and they don't have a lot of money because things are expensive now. Gas is expensive, things like that. So they don't have a lot of money saved up, and they have a car, whatever. And so just walk us through, okay, you're 25. Walk us through what to do to start the process of stepping out and buying a home, like how much down payment.
John, I'm glad you brought that up. One of the initiatives that we just recently put in place, but before I left, was bringing competition to the credit reporting market that the agencies FHA, Fannie, and Freddie rely on. In your example, a 25-year-old, previous to us putting this change in, you could have a 25-year-old who rented an apartment for a month, paid their rent on time, established that credit, and you'd go to run their credit report and nothing was showing up. No score was calculating because the credit agencies were not counting rent payments that were made on time. So one of the things President Trump directed was to break up the credit monopoly, bring in new credit reporting standards that picked up on those rent payments so that more Americans, particularly younger Americans, could then qualify for a mortgage. So let's say you're 25 years old, you've been living in an apartment paying your rent for 12 months, and you say, hey, I'm paying $1,200 a month. I can pay $1,200 a month buying a house for $250,000 or so. What you would do is work with a private lender, one of the mortgage companies, and get an FHA insured loan. So FHA guarantees that loan against default to the mortgage lender. You can put down a minimum 3.5%. So $250,000 home, put down about $8,000 or so, get a mortgage, and there you go. It's home ownership. You make your mortgage payment every month. The value on that property should continue to rise, and you're also paying down principal.
Plus you own it. So the FHA, this is similar then to same concept as an SBA loan, right? Because the SBA loan goes through a lender. You got to have the right credit.
Yeah, it's very much not a public-private partnership. So all the mortgage lenders that you've heard of, Wells Fargo, Rocket Mortgage, they're primarily agency lenders, we call them FHA, Fannie, or Freddie. So they make the loan, they originate the loan, you make your payments to them, they service the loan. But behind the scenes, the agency's FHA is guaranteeing that loan against default. And that's why in this country, we have 30-year fixed rate mortgages. Our housing finance system is the envy of the world. In many other countries, they don't have 30-year fixed rate loans. They have 5-year loans. Could you imagine, John, every 5 years having to refinance your home?
You can't do it. Yeah.
The interest rate volatility.
Well, there's no certainty there. I mean, it would create chaos. Everybody wants certainty. And so whether you own a business or you have a job, you want certainty, and that would rip that out. But what is the percentage? Like for the SBA, they guarantee I think 90% of the loan against default. FHA, what is it? 90%.
FHA, essentially between FHA and Ginnie Mae, guarantee about 100% of the loan against default.
So the bank has no risk.
Yes. Well, there's cost when loans default, administrative costs, but the loan itself is guaranteed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. FHA is one of the only mortgage programs that are backed by the full faith and credit.
And how is that
of the US
funded?
government.
How do you fund that?
So the private lender funds it. FHA actually does not lend a dime. It's an insurance company. We guarantee the loan against default. We get paid a premium every year to guarantee that loan. And John, FHA actually makes money. In the last 2 years, FHA made $50 billion in profit. They call that a negative government subsidy. I didn't know that term until I arrived in DC, but it's a completely
negative government subsidy.
What that means is it actually makes money for the government.
So basically, the banks pay into a fund. There's a fee structure.
Yeah.
I'm just for our whole audience trying to understand this. The banks pay in a fee structure, not different than when they guarantee up to whatever it is, $250,000 of your savings or something. Same thing, FDIC. So they pay into a fund, and then that fund sits there, and if banks have to access that for a default, they access it. But the banks
you nailed it, John. So it's called the FHA Insurance Fund. And actually, under my leadership, it was the strongest it has ever been. So the capital ratio is about 11.5%. The statutory minimum is 2.0. So we're over 5 times the capital ratio. It's flush with cash right now. It's got about $190 billion of cash in that fund. So if a loan goes bad, a lender puts a claim in and gets reimbursed for their losses through that fund.
That comes out of that fund.
But additionally, every month, John, when these mortgage payments are getting made, a small portion is going into that FHA insurance fund. So it's about a $1.8 billion outstanding loan balance right now. Almost 1 out of 5 mortgages in the country is an FHA insured loan.
And if the default rates are low, then your fund builds because the default rates suck money out of your fund, obviously. So if default rates are low and people are working and they're not defaulting, then you're able to stay in the black, solvent, and you have, what did you call it? Negative government subsidy?
Yeah, it runs as a negative government subsidy, yeah.
And I think you need to go back in there and finish your job. And what you guys have done is a super job, man. That's great. Nobody knows this stuff, right? Yeah. But thanks for coming.
It's really interesting.
Well, we need to get you on a regular basis to give people an update, because young people don't even know this exists.
They don't.
How it works. The whole thing. So thank you.
Absolutely. John, appreciate you having me on. Would love to come back anytime. Enjoy the weekend.
Stay on the line, stay in that chat box there and put your mobile number in there. That's just between me and Dan, so I have it, so we can stay in touch. Frank Cassidy. If people want to follow you, where do they go?
I'm on LinkedIn, Frank Cassidy, Instagram, Frank_CASS.
Okay. I got a caller, but we're out of time. Just extend this for a second so we can get this. Dan, I'm sorry, Dan. But Mike in Richmond, go ahead. You had a question for Cassidy, Mike. Go ahead.
News this hour.
Oh, John, he hung up, I think, because we were going to break.
That's right. Here was his question. He wants to know whether illegals are getting home loans, and was that happening? Is that happening now, and did it happen under Biden?
Well, that's a great question. Under Biden administration, they opened up FHA insured loans to illegals. Day one, under President Trump's leadership, we removed that. So we put in place a permanent residency requirement. So you had to be a permanent resident, essentially a U.S. citizen, in order to now get an FHA insured loan. But under the Biden administration, they opened up FHA to illegal immigrants, and it essentially drove up the cost of housing. So that was one of the initiatives that we tackled day one.
Frank Cassidy, I'm way over my time. Thanks for being with us live in Morgantown, West Virginia. Virginia Gang is next.
Big business, and it's real power. It's in terms of power, there's really nothing like it.
Willie Nelson, the White House.
Chinese leader Xi Jinping travels to North Korea next week. It will be his first visit in years. In Sri Lanka, a deadly blaze in a nursing home.
Fire at an unregistered nursing home in western Sri Lanka has killed at least 12 people and injured 8 others. Police say the fire started late Wednesday at the home for the elderly in Angurawa Tota town. 51 residents were rescued, including people with mental illnesses. The director of the home has been arrested on suspicion of causing deaths through negligence. An investigation is underway. The facility was overcrowded, housing 71 people in a space meant for about 15. Officials had previously warned the management to follow laws and guidelines. I'm Karen Shamas.
More of these stories from townhall.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-555-2085. 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
The Kennedy Center removing references to President Trump.
This move comes after a federal judge ruled that the Trump references were added illegally.
A Thursday memo to staff from the Kennedy Center's Office of General Counsel says email signatures, letterhead, and other documents must reflect the name as the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts or Kennedy Center. The changes must be completed by June 12th.
That's correspondent Andrew Stewart. Meanwhile, the judge has also blocked the Trump administration from closing the venue for major renovations planned for July. President Trump announcing the water has begun refilling the recently renovated Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Live video showed water accumulating in the center of the basin, with workers and trucks still inside the pool. The president says the pool has been painted American flag blue. News at townhall.com. Mortgage rates in the U.S. have fallen.
Mortgage buyer Freddie Mac says the average rate on a 30-year mortgage fell this week to 6.48%. This decline comes a week after the average rate hit its highest level in 9 months. Mortgage rates have been mostly trending higher as oil prices and expectations for higher inflation have increased due to the war with Iran. That's pushed up the long-term bond yields that lenders use as a guide to pricing home loans. While average long-term mortgage rates remain lower than they were at this time last year, their upward trend has weighed on home sales this year. I'm Alex Vega.
The Trump administration's push to expand oil and gas development in Alaska facing a new test today. That's when the latest lease sale is set for the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. A coalition of conservation groups sent a letter to oil company leaders ahead of the sale, urging them to stay away and citing such risks as ongoing litigation around the leasing program. More at townhall.com.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of D.C. GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
I'm Congressman John Rose. Without free and fair elections, we don't have a republic. Only U.S. citizens should vote in American elections. In Tennessee, we call that common sense. The Save America Act requires proof of citizenship to register and photo ID to vote. 83% of Americans support it. President Trump supports it. And I've voted for it 3 times. But each time we pass it in the House, it dies in the Senate. That's why I'm calling on my Senate colleagues to do the right thing, end the filibuster, and send the Save America Act to President Trump's desk. The House has done its job. Now the Senate must do theirs. No more excuses. No more delays. I'm John Rose. Our republic depends on their courage.
Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
A groundbreaking new study shows that there is a safe and inexpensive potential cancer treatment, and it's a drug that many of us already know about, ivermectin. This new study shows that individuals who took ivermectin, the parasite-fighting medication that gained fame during the COVID pandemic, along with the drug mebendazole, saw remarkable results in their battles with cancer. These incredibly promising results have many Americans wondering where they can obtain U.S.-made ivermectin and mebendazole. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company is making 100% American-made ivermectin and mebendazole available at an incredibly affordable price point. Say no to Big Pharma's greed and no to Big Pharma's poisons, and say yes to a company that you can trust to bring you safe, affordable, and effective treatments. If you or someone you love is interested in trying ivermectin and mebendazole, then I urge you to go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use the promo code Godzilla to save 10%.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the NCAA baseball tournament in Morgantown, West Virginia, this is a special edition of the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself some peanuts and Cracker Jacks, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who tells his players to just keep swinging, John Fredericks.
You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out. Because it matters.
Well, here we are. TGIF, you play to win the game. We're coming to you live in God's country, Morgantown, West Virginia, right outside of Kendrick Family Ballpark. This is the scene of the West Virginia Mountaineer baseball team, 2 games away from going to Omaha. Of course, we're going to be there. We got our WV Sports Nation bus right outside the stadium. You can see it all. Bus looks great, Larry. You guys are doing a super job. And I want to thank all of our sponsors for being on our bus. Our pregame show coming up at 10:30 today. 10:30. It'll be heard in West Virginia, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia on the John Fredericks app. That's coming up at 10:30 pregame show. Cal Polytech coming in. They're here. They're at our hotel. Nice people. They have no shot. I tell them all, be sure you cancel your hotel for Saturday night. Get out of here. Get your flight back to Pittsburgh on Saturday about 5 o'clock. Get home in time for Sunday. Take your bus, fire it up, get out. But in the meantime, come here and spend all your money. So it's all good. They got no shot at winning this thing. We're going to win both games. We're going to Omaha. But look, talk is cheap. Saxman knows this. Talk is cheap. You got to play the game, right? You got to play to win. So it's all good. And first pitch, 12 o'clock, that'll be heard in our stations in West Virginia, because we are the broadcast flagship, obviously. So you get everything here on our 9 stations here, plus our 4 in Pittsburgh, plus I think we're running this in Philadelphia, right? So that's the rumor. I'm not sure. Dan will have to tell you, or Coleman or someone. So I'm the last to know. But first pitch will be here. And if you're not in the area and you want to hear the game, just go to WV The Torch, WV The Torch. Download that app, WV The Torch, and you can get the game right there. And you can also get a pregame show and everything else good that comes with it, WV The Torch. And download our free app, WV Sports Nation, WV Sports Nation, and our writers. We got a bunch of them here. Pregame shows coming up. It's all fun. It's all good. And we're always in the middle of the action. News Talk Sports right here. Of course, we're not going to talk about the Pirates. News Talk Sports right here. Had a winner last night, Carolina Hurricanes, coming back, went to bed down 2-0. I'm like, okay, another loser, and I get up, I'm a winner. When you go to bed a loser and you come up a winner, there's not a better feeling than that. Get up to go to the bathroom, oh, I won the game. 5-4, 4-3, I don't know what it is. All I know is, thought I was a loser, now I'm a winner. Nothing better than that. Saxman knows. It's all good. 888-480, John, you want to weigh in? And you can get my picks on Godzilla wins. I was hot. And then, I always tell you, you win 10 in a row, you win 12 out of 13. It's unsustainable. So then I dropped 5 in a row, but then I won last night. So now I'm back. So looking forward to more Winner Winner Chicken Dinner. Just go to GodzillaWins.com. Having said all that, the Virginia Gang is next. Let's see. Who do we have here? We got John Reed on. John Reed, I thought you were a big time radio and TV host, podcaster, and you can't get your video to work. What the hell's going on?
Isn't it working? Now it's working, yeah.
Dan's complaining about it. Dan,
I can see myself. I don't know.
You're on, John. No, we were. It was coming in and out intermittently, and I just didn't want JF to be unprepared for that. It's like,
yes, I'm a big time podcaster who's sitting in my car about to be towed in Washington D.C. But I really want to talk to you, so I'm gonna take that risk.
Where are you in the district?
I am in front of the Warner Theater, and I have an appointment at the National Press Club a block away. After I talk to you.
I know just where that is. Yeah, I know just where it is. So kind of a fun area to be in. And Warner Theater, always fun. National Press Club, we're not that far from that.
I try to always tell the truth, John, but I must say I just told the meter maid, oh, I'm not going to be here that long. And 1 hour out of 24 hours isn't that long, right? So if I just stop here, I really haven't misled her. But anyway.
It's the riots are mostly peaceful.
Yeah, exactly. If they can get away with it, then I can steal an hour of parking.
That's my point, Reed. So good to see you at the National Press Club. Do we have anybody else on, or is the Virginia Gang now? Oh, there's Joe Morrissey. We got Joe in his red shirt. What happened to Saxman? Is he still come on the show? See there? We can't find him. All right, so guys, we got a lot going on. This is the Virginia Gang. We've got Jim Hobgood with us. We've got Joe Morrissey, and we've got John Reed, former radio talk show host, WRVA. John and Joe, thanks for being with us.
Absolutely.
The fallout from Spanberger continues in Virginia. I don't think, guys, I've ever seen anything like this in my life. I mean, she was positioned as this unbelievable star, up and coming presidential timber, probably be vice president. I mean, she had all the accolades. And now this thing is a complete catastrophe. Her numbers have tanked. Nobody likes her on both sides. Ben Tribbett is on her butt every day, making fun of her. There's a hat that came out, MAGA, that said, make Abigail go away. So that's been selling a lot of hot cakes. She's got her base mad at her. She's got our base mad at her. And she went from 70% approval to 35% in 4 months. Just, John, what has happened to the Spanberger star, the boomlet? What happened?
Part of it you can explain as Democrats have to say one thing in order to get elected. So they talked about affordability, but they can't get away from the fact that the party really wants to raise taxes and increase social welfare programs and programs that, will quote unquote help the little guy. Well, that comes with the cost to it. And while they talked about affordability, they've done nothing to deliver or even, deliver on the promise of affordability. And then part of it, I'm loath to do this, but there's been a lot of incompetence in the way this has been managed. And the rivalry, Louise Lucas is a black racist woman. She is not happy that a white Democrat woman is the governor. She's glad she got a Democrat governor, but she does not like the fact that this woman who, for 10 years has been involved in politics, while Louise Lucas has been in politics for 40 years. I'm sure that she is resentful of the governor, and she's not cutting her any slack. And Abigail's making it kind of tough because she just hasn't built a team that really knows what they're doing, it seems.
Joe, former Democrat, now independent. Also, by the way, running for city council in Petersburg. We're very excited about that race. Joe, tell us, from your perspective, this was the shining star This was supposed to be the representative of the new Democratic Party. She was bright. She had a great reputation. She's great on camera. She's a very attractive lady. She was running as a moderate, and it all crashed. Why?
All right, let me pick up on something that John Reed said a moment ago, and he was talking about the egos involved between Louise Lucas and Spanberger, and I think there's something there. First of all, Louise Lucas's first choice was not Spanberger. She tried to recruit Bobby Scott to run for governor, and he said, no, not interested. I'm comfortable where I am in the House of Representatives. And then she reluctantly, when nobody else was out there or could gather any steam, had to back the Democratic nominee. But there's no love lost. I think Louise Lucas feels I've been here for 40 years and I've grown accustomed to being, the superstar around here, and I want you to pay homage to me, and Spanberger's not doing that. Well, boo-hoo-hoo to Louise Lucas. Nobody owes her any homage. And in a way, you've got to give Spanberger a modicum of credit for not just kowtowing to the Lucases of the world. Now, with that said, let me pick up on something else. There's some things that she's done that you would think the moderates or independents or even Republicans would like. And that one of those, of course, is vetoing the collective bargaining, all right? Not putting up that casino in Northern Virginia. Some things but she hasn't had any independents or Republicans say, oh, yeah, good job, Spanberger. On the other hand, her Democratic base are just furious that they control all three levers of government, the governor's mansion, the House of Delegates, the state Senate, and they can't get significant Democratic legislation passed. They are infuriated. Those Democrats that still speak to me, and there's a few, they're just absolutely incandescent with rage that she has done this. So where does that leave us? I think she's going to continue that path. I don't think she's going to do a reversal and start genuflecting at the altar of the Lucases of the world and just continue governing for the middle. It's still very early in her administration, and I'm kind of surprised that I'm saying this because I'm not a Spanberger fan, but never done anything for me, never even gave me a call. But here I am for the second week in a row kind of defending her. But I think there's plenty of time to make up ground.
So what is she? I mean, she abandoned her base, but then she didn't really talk to them. I mean, when you look at the way this has been handled, and I'm not giving anybody inside baseball across the country, but your governor, you got all these bills getting passed. A lot of them are crazy bills, crazy tax increase bills on it. They're taxing everything, but she never weighed in. Like she never said, hey, I'm not going to support this, or, I'm just going to veto this.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Who doesn't do that?
She didn't even tell them about the casino.
Yeah. Shows absolute lack of experience, and the people around her, as folks in England would say, her minders, should have said, listen, if you're going to veto Senator Scott Serval, the majority leader's casino bill in Northern Virginia, hey, you better pick up the phone and let him know you're going to do that. He finds out about it in a press release. That's just bad. It's not courteous. It's bad governing, and I blame her and her minders for not doing that.
Hey, John, Fredericks, I can see why you travel on that bus. It looks pretty luxurious up there in Morgantown, West Virginia, getting ready for baseball at noon.
I'm glad you brought that up because it is Friday, and we have our pregame show at 10:30, so thanks for bringing that up. Jim Hobgood with us. You can put the picture of the bus up, but just keep it up there for a second. We got to wrap WV Sports Nation. I mean, this is Joe and John Reed. West Virginia, neighboring state. This is the hottest thing that's ever happened here. I mean, there is this. I've never seen Morgantown. It is electric. It's it's a college town. It's in West Virginia, and it's absolutely phenomenal getting to see this beautiful bus right outside the stadium. It's a lot of fun. We're enjoying it, and so many people are excited about it. And this team, 2 weeks away from going to Omaha. This is like the biggest deal in college baseball ever. And I think if they get there, why not them? I think they got a shot to win. They got pitching, they got hitting, they got fielding, they got speed, they got a bullpen, they got it all. And good luck beating them. And they hit. So, but today is going to be just rocking here.
And I will say, the game last Saturday, I know this is supposed to be the Virginia gang talking about politics, but the game where West Virginia scored 5 in the ninth, including that 2-run homer to put them ahead, that must have been electric. The place just sounded like it was going crazy.
Well, because it was the second year in a row that Kentucky SEC team was 3 outs away with a 5-run lead for going to a super regional. And they would have had a home regional. It was the second year in a row where they blew a 5-run lead in the ninth inning with 2 outs.
Hey, but they always say in baseball, the game's not over till the final out.
Well,
let me use one last sports analogy. In tennis, they have a term called unforced errors. And in tennis, you don't want to be guilty of too many unforced errors. And speaking of Abigail, her decision to get rid of the rector down in Hokie Land has really upset the Virginia Tech base. And of course, the rector down there has refused to resign. So somebody told me this morning they're having a board meeting. So I don't know if both rectors are going to show up or what. But
they voted him off, Jim. The entire board, after he said no, I'm not stepping down. The entire board, including 4 new Abigail appointees and 11 holdovers from Youngkin, voted him out. So he's done. Hey, listen. That's her prerogative to put the people on there. This has been going on for 100 years or so. That's her prerogative, and she's not going to back down. She can't come across as weak, and I don't care. I don't think that she says to herself when she wakes up in the morning, how are the folk in Hokieville going to react to my not keeping on the rector? Nah, I don't think she cares.
Well, I think
the issue with that, though, is that the governor, of course, is one of the most powerful people. She gets to appoint a lot of folks. She gets to make her own decisions. But this is a holdover appointment, and she's basically accused the guy of malfeasance without saying what the problem was. So she's maligned him and defamed him, and people don't like that. And it's against what she said during the campaign. She wasn't going to make it all political, right?
Yeah, she should have said what his egregious behavior was. I don't like it when people throw flaming darts and then don't back it up. You're absolutely correct, John Reed. She should have said, "You're off. You've served 2 terms. You're off. But here's why I'm doing it right now."
Exactly. Let's bring in Chris Saxman, gracing us with his presence. Hi,
no charge. No charge. Continues.
Thank you. Just so that everybody knows, Abigail Spanberger, governor of Virginia, her star has faded. She just ousted the head of Virginia Tech. That's when they say Hokie Land. That's in Blacksburg, Southwest Virginia. But if you're in any of the areas that we cover, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Virginia, everybody knows Virginia Tech. They play in the ACC, and so it's a kind of a big name here. And this guy was apparently very popular. He was very popular as a school head, and she ousted him, threw arrows at him, and couldn't back it up. And then he said he wouldn't resign, and then the whole board voted him out. Now he's got to go. What is your assessment of this whole thing, Saxman?
An unforced error, unnecessary from the jump. This will go on for many years. Mr. Rakovich is the guy who got Tech in the ACC. He has a lot of money, and I would imagine he feels like his reputation has been tarnished unnecessarily, unfairly by the governor. People I've spoken to have spoken with him. are telling me that this is going to be a court case for a number of years. And the word that all the attorneys here like to hear, discovery, is going to be a part of this. So this is going to be an ongoing, unnecessary drama, and best of luck.
John Reed,
can I weigh in for a second on what he said,
ahead,
John?
Joe. Go ahead, please.
I think Chris is right. The analysis is correct. This fella has done a lot for Virginia Tech. He has a lot of money, a lot of money. And people that have a lot of money and get defamed, whether it's slander or the spoken word or written, you know what they do? They hire very good defamation lawyers and they sue somebody. And I'll never forget what his name was Norman Rales. He's the father of the Rales brothers who bought part of the Washington Redskins. I remember him telling me once when I was really good friends with his son. I was 19 or 20, and he said, Joe, you know, if you get sued, it gets my attention when I'm sued and there's a lot of zeros after in the opening complaint. That he said to me, and it stuck with me, it gets my attention. You better believe that this former rector now, who was maligned, it wasn't stated what he did that was wrong, you better believe he's going to hire a battery of attorneys and they're going to go after him. And what Chris means by discovery is that when you file a civil lawsuit, you have the right to take notice depositions and take depositions of everybody you want that you feel is connected to this. And it's going to be very expensive. Interestingly, I guess it'll be the Attorney General that defends the governor. But there are going to be a lot of other folk out there that may have said disparaging remarks to the governor about the former rector, and he wants to know who those people are and what they said. And if they said something that was false, and by the way, since he's a public figure, and he is, to meet the New York Times versus Sullivan standard, it has to have been done with malice. If those people out there said something defamatory about the former rector, they're sweating right now because, as Chris said, the lawyers are just getting going. And this guy will spend, what, $1 million, $2 million in legal fees to bring this case to court in a heartbeat.
Joe, or John, I just want to ask a question. Doesn't the governor have the authority to change out university leadership?
Absolutely, no question.
But
so just say, I want a new rector.
No, you can't just say that. You have to there are 4 basic reasons that you can do that. One is you're not acting in the best interest of the school. One is ethical complaint, malfeasance, misfeasance. You have the law was changed to state, if you do that, you have to state exactly why you did that. And she hasn't done that yet. And this gentleman is 81 years old. He's given his entire adult life to Virginia Tech. He is Mr. Virginia Tech. He is worth a lot of money, and he is going to get to the bottom of this, and it's going to be a very painful, long, painful journey for those who tried to do this. This is what happens when you mess with the big guns. They turn the guns back.
The one point, John, that you said, the governor can appoint somebody to the board when there's a vacancy, and she has unfettered discretion to do that. But if the person is serving there right now, you're right, there has got to be a reason, malfeasance or nonfeasance, about misfeasance, that they did, and we don't know that yet. Query whether or not she will meet with her attorneys and come up with those reasons why she booted him.
It'll still go to court. You defamed me. You called me out in public. We're gonna get to the bottom of this because this man's 81 years old. His entire legacy has been built on building Virginia Tech, and he's done a hell of a job. And he's not going to sit back and go, nah, that's okay. I'll just move on and retire. He's like, my entire legacy is on the line here, and you're not going to do this to me.
Well, let me ask you this, Chris, and this surprised me. There was a vote of the board, and it was unanimous. Okay, to support the new rector that she has identified. In other words, 11 holdover R's and 4 new Spanberger appointees all voted for the new rector. That's my understanding. That I thought that was a little bit odd. I thought some of his supporters that were still on the board would have kind of thrown up a no vote just to show support for him.
I think what happened was he said to everyone on the board, look, this is fine. I'm going to go peacefully and quietly, but I'm going to have my day in court. Y'all, I don't want to hurt Virginia Tech. He doesn't want to do that. And I think that's all I don't know of any background information. The board, when you go into
that would make sense.
Because that's what the guy lives, eats, breathes, dies, Virginia Tech. He is 81. He's done this he played football there. He's not going away. He has a lot of money. Look, even Ben Klein has said nothing on this. This is Congressman Ben Klein, John Rakovich's son-in-law. He said nothing because he doesn't want to make it political. He doesn't want to hurt Virginia Tech. This is going to get legal real quick. Lawyer up, everybody.
So Reed, why did, I guess to Joe's question, by the way, Joe, or somebody said, I think it was Joe, great question. Why did all the board members vote to oust him, Reed?
I have no insight into the board. I know some of the people who are on the board now who've been elevated, and I think everybody does just want to get beyond it. The problem for the governor is it exposes that the players in the state, doesn't understand instinctively how people are going to react to things. And I think it's another example of this arrogance that I constantly point out. You won a big victory last year. Can't take that away from you. Even though it hurts my feelings that you won, you did win, but you can't act like a tyrant when you are the governor of Virginia. You've got to know the players. You've got to navigate different egos. You have to follow the law. Hey, as a baseline, maybe you should follow the law. And these things keep popping up on a legal level and just on a ability to navigate the players in the state of Virginia. And it's really embarrassing to see. I would have thought that Spanberger, having been a congresswoman, she doesn't have a long public record of service, but at least having been a congresswoman and having gone through the campaign, that she would have selected people who would give her good advice. And time again, it's just blowing up in her face. She's got some staffing issues. As a former staffer to a senator, I'd say she needs to look at the people around her and get some better help.
John Fredericks, the congressman I worked for 10 years, he always used to say, when you have the opportunity to say nothing, take advantage of it. So we've discussed this as an unforced error, and she's alienated a lot of people and didn't have to do so.
Well, which school has the most alumni in Virginia? Which school has the most alumni in Virginia?
UVA?
Nope.
No, Tech.
Tech, and it's not even close.
Okay. Hey, one thing, John, I just wanted to correct. I don't think the 15 board members voted to oust him. A technical matter, they voted to support the new rector, and that is a difference.
A Youngkin appointee, it was unanimous. And I think, I'm just reading the tea leaves here, I think Rakovich said, look, everybody, just vote him in, move on, don't hurt the university. I'm a big boy, I'll take care of myself in court.
I think that's correct. And
but
that's
see, you've got this happening in a couple of different places, guys. VMI is a mess. I've got a guy that I'm about to interview either today or Monday who is all up in the FOIAs, freedom of information.
We may be losing John there. I was actually going to see if I could jump in for a second, JF, and say something. With regard to Abigail Spanberger, and this is something we talked about off air on the phone last week, I think it's important to remember that before she was a congresswoman, her claim to fame was basically that she was a rabble-rouser at Dave Bratt town halls. She went to Dave Bratt town halls and heckled Dave Bratt. When she got elected governor, I sort of said, hey, let this be a lesson to all you hecklers out there. You, too, could be the next governor of Virginia. But you can hide in Congress. There are 400. AOC is in Congress. You can hide your way through Congress if you really want to. They're dumb people in Congress. But when you're governor of Virginia, there's really nowhere to hide. And unfortunately, I don't know that she was ready for prime time like this, and we're seeing it over the course of the first half year.
My question to Joe or Saxman or Jen, anybody, is why do this? The guy is a iconic figure. Well, I'm not a Tech graduate, but you go there. Tech is the Hokie fans there's something else. They love their school. That's unbelievable. You go to a night game there back when they were had good teams with Jim Beamer ball. I mean, I went to one Saturday night game against Georgia Tech. I mean, it's like being in Louisiana State. It was unbelievable.
It's insane.
So why would you do this? I mean, they're doing a good job. Everything is fine. Don't you have other problems? Why get rid of an iconic figure?
There was some grudge or something going on there, but more importantly, her minders, the people that she surrounds herself with, did not give her good advice. That's the bottom line. And you have to surround yourself with good people that are experienced and can get answers for you. That's how I see it.
Yeah, you can tell this is going sideways when no one else is out there saying, good job. No one's out there saying, yeah, you should have done this. Nobody's saying that.
Or Chris, if somebody had got in her ear and had told her, hey, we don't want this guy, guess what? They've gone silent right now. She's out there by herself, having gotten rid of what Chris said is Mr. Virginia Tech. She's out there alone. And
well, let me ask you guys this. The governor of Virginia is an instant lame duck. But has she expedited that process by making some of the decisions she's made?
No, you can't expedite that. It's just the clock is the clock. And look, politics goes on forever, and she can turn this thing around. Anything can happen, good or bad. That just comes with the territory of being a Virginia governor. This does not facilitate or accelerate that.
Chris,
Jim, just remember that this can turn. Not only can turn on a dime. You saw what happened to Northam. Remember, he was on the verge of being outdone.
He said he was getting out.
Yes, because of the blackface issue. They called up the lieutenant governor, Justin Fairfax, and said, come on down. He thought he was getting the call to come down because the governor was going to take him in the anteroom and says, I'm going to step down, you're in. But when he came down, they said, don't even think about it. This is the dirt that we have on you.
How about a second question? Beyond lame duck, what does this do to her political future?
Not much damage long term. This thing's going to play out. And that could be the harmful thing. Once you start getting into discovery, you start pulling text, you start pulling emails. The reporting on this is going to get pretty intense. This is why when you go, okay, I can do this, but what's the upside? There's very little upside to making a move on a guy like Rakovich, who only had a year left on his term anyway. So I don't know where the advice came from. I don't know the backstory on this. There's going to be some. There's always some. But when a guy like John Rakovich says, that's fine, I'll take one on the chin for the team here, but I'm coming back. I'm back. I'm behind the scenes. I'm reloading. And that's what's going to happen.
And Chris, are you saying that I'll take one for the team, I'm going to reload and come storming back because you think that's happening because you've got a lot of inside sources, or do you know that occurred?
If I were on Kalshi, I would probably put the mortgage on it.
Okay, that answers my question.
Why didn't Youngkin have a problem if this guy had issues? Why didn't Governor Youngkin have ever known about it? He didn't do anything about it.
Look, someone's got to show their cards first here. And I think John Rakovich, who is an attorney, a very successful attorney, who plays from the back tees politically, he knows exactly how to play this out, and he's going to be in court a lot in the next 3 years.
But isn't that a legitimate question I'm asking? If there was something wrong, then Youngkin would have known about it, or somebody would have told him. I would think, right?
John, if there was something wrong with John Rakovich, the Board of Visitors at Virginia Tech would not have granted him another term as rector when he'd already term limited out. They changed the bylaws because this guy is Mr. Virginia Tech. He is the guy who built that university's football program. He got him in the ACC. He funded these things. He raised the money. He served on every board and commission around. The guy is a gem. Okay, he is a star. Now,
how do you really feel about him, Chris? Come on.
I don't know, but on the surface, this is an unforced error. It's going to be here for a long time. Sit back, buckle up, get popcorn.
Fredericks, this is what occurred. Somebody close to Spanberger who had angst or an axe to grind with the former rector got to her and said, can him. And instead of doing her due diligence and seeing that he was Mr. Virginia Tech and you don't get rid of them, she just acquiesced and then put out the press release that he's out of there. And then doubled down by saying it's malfeasance or whatnot. I haven't heard anything.
The only logical
any rumors, any whispers about him doing something untoward in his position. So once again, unpreparedness on the part of the governor, unpreparedness on the part of her minders.
Well, I think what's happened, what's going on behind the scenes, God knows. And again, all the facts haven't come out, so I'm giving grace to all of that. However, Abigail Spanberger has had a very difficult spring with her own party. And the headbutting on the budget with Senator Louise Lucas, the relationship has not been good there, vetoing the bills that she vetoed. This might have been a turn to go out and take a Republican scalp. That being said, if that's the thinking here and the strategy or the tactics, it's flawed because the guy hasn't done anything wrong. There are legal ramifications. There are defamation lawsuits going to take place. This is an unforced error, in my opinion, that could have been avoided.
Well, particularly, Chris, I think you said he only had 1 year left on his term anyway.
Yep.
So it.
Well, he had
Why
served
not
2 terms.
let it play out? I mean, why not just let it play out? Like, why did she? I can't. Like, why take this level of political risk? He's out
Told
of
you what
the
happened.
anyway.
Told you what happened. Somebody went to her and had a beef with him. Listen, you don't get to be a successful guy like that former rector. You don't get to be successful without making a few enemies along the way. Somebody went to her and said, get rid of him. And again, I'm going to repeat myself. She didn't do her homework before she gave him the axe.
There's also some other context here for your listeners, John, who aren't familiar with Virginia higher education politics. This is our third run at high-branded universities in Virginia with leadership turnovers that have created political turmoil. First, starting with the Virginia Military Institute, who has 2 removals that have become very political, and then the University of Virginia with the resignation of Jim Ryan, and now Tim Sands at University of Virginia Tech, this was a sort of an accelerated departure on his part. He might be upset. He might say there's something there. That's what discovery will show. He might be upset with the manner in which he was treated. We'll figure that out. Again, I give grace on all this information. It's very new. It's coming out in drips and drabs.
Here's what's not new. Here's what's not.
Of course, this is going to be difficult.
VMI is not new. I mean, this is one of the most storied military institutes in the United States. Certainly the biggest one on the East Coast, second to West Point only. Maybe the Citadel, you put that in there. They have a history that goes back in Virginia, 180, 190 year history. And what were they trying to do here? Just dismantle the institution? I mean, it's a great school. What on earth, and this was all Democratic led, what were they trying to do by basically dismantling VMI and turning it into, I don't know what they're trying to turn it into.
There was some, and I've had conversations with members, and I'm not going to divulge. There's just been leadership turmoil issues in these 3 universities, but pulling back even further macro view, higher education is becoming far more politicized and far more partisan than it ever has been. And I think it's against what Virginia higher education system has been about. It's been a very collaborative, ultimately a nonpartisan, because you have to Jim's point about the lame duckness. You have so much crossover appointees on these boards of visitors that it ends up being nonpartisan. Everyone pretty much focuses on the best interests of the university. That's why Virginia has probably the best higher education system in the country. So this is coming on one of the real pillars of Virginia's economy and, frankly, our culture, that this turmoil is on 3 of the big universities, VMI, Tech, and UVA. So hopefully things will settle down, but this one's not going away anytime soon.
Joe, do you believe that it's politicization, because remember the whole VMI was there was some delegate or state senator that was, saying it was a racist college or something during the George Floyd thing, and wanted to oust everybody and close it. Remember they wanted to actually close it down. I mean, what the hell's going on here?
I think Chris is spot on. Of course, it's been politicized to a far greater degree than we've ever seen before. And 3 of our flagship institutions have taken hits. Both Jim Ryan and the president of Virginia Tech, I think, have kind of taken a very gentlemanly, fall on my sword approach and not trying to stir the pot. As Chris has said, not so much though with the rector. He's not gonna fall on the sword.
Well, Jim Ryan and Tim Sands, they have great golden parachutes. They're going to be fine. They're going to be just fine. John Rakovich, not a problem. The guy has a lot of money, but
he's not clipping coupons.
He's not clipping coupons, and he is not going quietly. This is his legacy. He has put 60 years of his adult life into Virginia Tech, and he's not going to be tarnished on the way out. Guarantee it.
Well, part of it too is the faculty and the leftward tilt of a lot of these universities. I think that's one objection that the Trump administration has to a lot of these schools, and I think it was a factor with Governor Youngkin as well. I mean, these schools in large measure have become about athletics and activism and not about education.
Fair point. Fair point. That's what we've seen, and it's been a flashpoint culturally in this country. John, we can't hear you.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just listening.
Oh, John Reed. John Reed.
Oh, John, were you trying to say something, John? No, Reed's just. We're
getting his handsome face, just not his voice.
We're not getting his audio. But it's look for our national audience. This really is a shame. I mean, it's really horrible because Virginia has always had this reputation as, like Chris and Joe said, great higher education, really great schools for UVA, great law school for Virginia Tech, Old Dominion, great dental school, amongst other things that ODU does. I mean, there's just a great reputation. University of Richmond. I mean, I go right down the line to really great school, VMI, George Mason,
Washington and Lee,
Washington and Lee, which is right by VMI, another phenomenally high-rated educational institute. Because when you always thought of Virginia, you always thought about great William and Mary, right?
Good
right in
Lord.
Williamsburg.
An embarrassment of riches, quite frankly.
Yeah, and then all of them except a handful. I'm not sure what's going on with Old Dominion, but except a handful, they've all been politicized, and it's just stupid.
Well,
I mean, there's no need for it. I mean, look, you've got, and we have our other schools that have the party reputation. Radford has got their issues, and Virginia Wesleyan, right? They're not up there. But when you look at higher education, quality, the first state you ever think of is the University of Virginia, and you put James Madison in there.
James Madison, what a great school that is. No, John, you hit it right on the head there. And it's one of those situations where you just pick up the phone and you go meet with the rector, or you meet somewhere and say, hey, this is what I'm hearing. What's going on? And that's the kind of relationship the university president should have with the governor. It should be collegial, it should be collaborative. It shouldn't be confrontational. And that goes for both Youngkin and Northam, who didn't even go to fire General P at VMI. He sent his chief of staff to go do that. You should have relationships with these leaders, and it shouldn't come down to this, because at the end of the day, it's hurting the Virginia brand that we've all come to know and love.
Maybe some of these governors should follow the Hippocratic oath that doctors follow, to wit, first thing, do no harm. And in this situation, if Abigail Spanberger had sat on her hands and did no harm, then this entire mess, we're not even talking about it.
Well, it does go back to what happened at VMI under Northam. I agree with you. Do no harm. You're only governor for 4 years, even if you feel very strongly about things. Northam got bullied And it's weird. I thought he was actually a moderate. At one point, I thought he was going to be a Republican. When he was lieutenant governor, there was all that conversation. Apparently not. And maybe the Black Caucus bullied him into agreeing with the, I think, bogus stories from the Washington Post about how bigoted and horrible VMI was at the time. So there's been a cascading negative impact from this cultural tug of war. And I hate to say it, I think a lot of it is racial stuff that goes back to who's going to win the Civil War in 2026. We're still fighting the Civil War for some reason instead of moving on. And it's gotten ugly, and it is doing a lot of damage to these crown jewels of Virginia, which is kind of shocking. I would think that the wealthy and the connected and the traditionalists would have said, enough of this, we're going to stop, and would have asserted their influence. But to me, that indicates you had an outsider like Glenn Youngkin, who really didn't listen to those people or care about them. To be honest with you, he wasn't a political guy and was up in Northern Virginia and New York. And now you got Abigail Spanberger, who has lived here long enough to claim she's a Virginian. Ralph Northam, real Virginian, long-term family and everything. It's just a weird dynamic these days.
Yeah, Northam was, he said he was switching to be a Republican. The deal was done. The deal was done, I think, in 2009, 2008, 2009, over a judgeship in Norfolk that he didn't get. And unfortunately, the state party chairman of Virginia tweeted out that Ralph Northam was switching parties, and the Democrats in the Senate pulled the stop lever and got him back on the team. That did happen.
We do have the same last name, but don't ever get me mixed up with Jeff Fredericks. People to this day,
I didn't say his name.
I know, but people to this day still call me Jeff. I'm like, no, not
yours
that
is
guy.
Plural. His is singular.
Not that guy that sent the tweet out. But don't you guys? I'm just going to throw this out there. I know it's going to drive some people nuts, but doesn't this make you miss Terry McAuliffe? Like, he was never involved in any of this stuff. All he wanted to do was expand Medicaid. Like, you never had a problem with McAuliffe. Like, you go back and you say, well, they don't even understand how to govern the state. McAuliffe just did what McAuliffe does, right? He had the Republican majorities, but
well, my sense of Terry McAuliffe is he was governor of Virginia, but he had his eyes always focused on Washington, D.C.
Yeah, but he didn't. We were never in these scandals. Like, he was just McAuliffe. He was just, going out and bringing people with beer back to Richmond and stuff.
Well, to Terry McAuliffe's credit, he was interested in bringing business to Virginia because we can bring business to Virginia, and that's what the governor of Virginia historically has been judged on. How many jobs have you brought to Virginia? That's the deal. And that's the one metric that every Virginia governor is judged on, and frankly should be judged on. And they like competed against each other for years, one another. Hopefully we'll get back on that. We need it because we're supposed to lose jobs and supposed to have a small recession.
As time goes by, McAuliffe's legacy in Virginia looks better and better and better. Because we were never involved in any of this stuff. He had enough political sense to know, you're not going to mess with VMI, you're not going to mess with rectors. I mean, he just never got involved in it.
Chris, let me ask you this. You just said small recession. I've read that too, but Abigail supposedly says the revenue forecast is better. Which is it?
Well, you can still have revenue growth in a small recession, I guess. We're supposed to also be losing like 10,000 jobs. We've lost manufacturing jobs. And the job loss hasn't been completely attributable to the DOGE cuts in Northern Virginia and the resulting downstream effects, the ripple effects. So, the numbers are going to be the numbers when they come in, and we'll see. I can't speak for the new revenue forecast that you speak of, Jim, but some things are in conflict in my estimation.
Well, the economy is the jump ball for both political parties. The Democrats successfully claimed during their campaign that they were going to focus on economic issues for the average Virginian. I know when I was campaigning across the state, I was trying, with my background in business and at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce as the director of communications, I thought, I'll get audiences with all the business people in Virginia, all the local chambers. They used to be open to Republicans, and they have shied away from Republicans in recent years. Oddly, with Glenn Youngkin as governor, that was confusing to me. I do think Republicans really need to focus in the next 2 years plus on regaining the confidence of business owners, large and small, in Virginia, especially as Democrats have betrayed them with all these extra social justice programs that the businesses are going to have to pay for, increasing the minimum wage. There's a real opportunity here for Republicans to say, hey, remember us? We were actually on your side, and you got fooled by the Democrats.
John, the Republicans, the real winners in all this, there's the Republican Party of Virginia. They almost don't have to do anything. You look at all what has happened, the referendum, okay? The Democrats imploded on an issue that they didn't need to do. They likely would have recovered, 2 or 3 of those seats anyway. You got the Democrats in the General Assembly not talking to the governor because they vetoed all of her amendments. You've got lawsuits going on, the one we just talked about. We haven't even talked about the other lawsuit where Ben Tribbett is being sued by the chief of staff. They're imploding.
Joe, we got to get out.
Okay.
Inside baseball, we got to get out. Speaking of baseball, our pregame show, 10:30, going to be heard WV The Torch, West Virginia, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia. You can tune us in there. First pitch, 12 o'clock. Same stations. Want to hear the game, WV The Torch here in Morgantown. Final thing, I'm going to go around the horn. Stanley Cup champions. Who's it going to be? Jim Hobgood, go.
I'm sticking with my Carolina Hurricanes. I've said
John
it a
Reed.
couple of weeks.
No time for a narrative. John Reed.
I'm going with whoever you pick, Fredericks.
Hurricanes. Saxman.
Vegas in 6.
Morrissey.
Ditto.
Dan.
Carolina. I'll stay with that.
Carolina 7, baby. Let's go. Hey, we got to go. We're in Morgantown. Michael Patrick Leahy. For some of you, I'll be back at 10:30. Pre-game show. Keep it right.